Destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for
Alrighty, folks. I think, yeah, I think everything's good. I was trying to get the tweet out. I know the Discord did post, I guess, as far as for the notification streams going live. Welcome on in, everybody. Hope we're doing good. I got full disclosure here. I don't know if I got really a whole lot to go over with, I guess, as far as being on the creative side of things, but I do have some new stuff to show. And let's see here. Just wanted to make sure we're all good to go here. So I'm still working out some of the issues I've been having with audio, especially with this this NDI setup there. So please bear with me, I guess, as far as this. Still try to work that out there. Appreciate everybody's patience. So we got Torch. We got no, Torch had mentioned he wasn't 100% sure he would be able to stick around, but appreciate you chiming in there, Torch. We're finishing up the details, I guess, as far as for the Texas Motor Speedway build. We shall be getting that up on the Spline Design Studios website once that's all said and done. Torch has also mentioned that he'll be making it available shortly after that release on Spline Designs, I guess it's for over at Stunod. So with that said, let me go ahead and just remind everybody the Spline Design Studios website. Lots of really cool stuff for the NASCAR Racing 2003 Racing Simulation. If I can just get my browser to cooperate here. There we go. So I do have, as you saw briefly there, I guess, as far as the next track rendition being conducted here by Racer James, none other than Racer James. It started on it quite a ways back. I'm gonna say it's probably been. Yeah, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. It's been about 6 years since you started that. On the initial layout, I guess, as far as of the Watkins Glen. Not up until this point have we been able to see, I guess, as far as hopefully on stream here, I guess, as far as the overall thing here. But yeah, we'll get into that. We're gonna get into that. But you got the Spline Design Studios website. This is where the Texas Motor Speedway track build 2020 will be made available here on the Spline Design site. It's under the NASCAR Racing 2003 track section. We already got Dover still up on here. Feel free to go ahead and download that. That will present itself, I guess, as much the same location. So, yeah, just want to make give a little shameless plug, I guess, as far as for the Spline Design site. The entire product started in 2012. This layout was done in 2016. There you go. Yeah, so appreciate the elaborate. I only know from what I've assisted on with. I've got some things that I have assisted on, I guess, as far as like the I can't even remember exactly what they call it, but it's one of the clubs, little clubhouses or whatever, that it's kind of like the VIP seating areas that they have at the track. And I do still have a lot of that. And I don't know if I don't think I did move that stuff over there, but James, I know you can probably elaborate even further. You've done a lot of tweaking and such or whatever on that particular clubhouse that I'm speaking of. So I did not put that over here. So I do have still the lacrosse items that I did assist on, and also some of the Texas items. So I do have this set up here for anything and everything that may need to get assisted on, I guess, as far as for the Watkins Glen build. So if there is anything in there in specific, definitely feel free to let me know there, James. I guess, and we'll definitely see what we can do about it. Because it's kind of fun assisting on these builds and not having, the full reign, I guess, as far as what's going on with it. It kind of leaves it open-ended, I guess, as far as like what the possibilities are. From what we've seen, Torch being able to do, I guess, as far as with the Texas Motor Speedway build, and still to this day, even as I speak, still taking our insight, I guess, as far as how to present the track. So as much as he appreciates, I guess, as far as our involvement, I guess, as far as in the track build, it kind of works the other way around too. It's like it's a win-win situation. Kind of like that. So I do have my folder here set up, I guess, as far as for being able to do anything and everything that would need to be done, graphics-wise, objects-wise, overall track library. I know quite a bit of this. Let's get right into it here. As I say this, I already got it loaded up. Even as I say this, there's quite a bit already being done. So this building here, from what Racer James, this is the Victory Lane. This has already been tweaked on already, even as we speak. So what you're seeing here is not even current. But the other clubhouse that I have assisted on, I guess, as far as going all the way back to like 2014, is this guy. Racer James has already taken the initiative, I guess, as far as to expand on this, because obviously they have made some enhancements to it, I guess, as far as even IRL. So this turned out pretty cool, and some of you might recognize, I guess, as far as the ceiling that we used on the Turn 1 pavilion for lacrosse. We kind of borrowed that idea, I guess, as far as from this clubhouse, and utilized that on that pavilion for the Turn 1. This is really cool. This absolutely looks like it stands out, like it's got a normal map to it, and it don't. That is super crazy, I guess, as far as the way that stone is on there. I think it's turned out pretty good. The only downside that I see to this, and obviously it can still be tweaked on, is the windows on the top here are kind of a little bit washed out, but everything else, you know, this is not final, obviously, so it's like, but that is one of them I do remember working on, and I have a lot of video, and I don't really explain, I guess, as far as the model that I'm working on, but it does explain how to create models with transparency. And in this case, it has transparent glass, you know, for the windows on this building, and it involves this this particular clubhouse. And that's going all the way back circa 2014. So yeah. Main Grand is about the only thing I'm happy with. Everything else is up for grabs. Well, like I was saying, I know you're already doing some enhancements on this, correct? I do have the older model, the older version, I guess, of this thing here. Obviously, you can definitely tell you've added some things to this. That's pretty cool. I know you have mentioned that, you and I have mentioned off stream, I guess, as far as that, would like to, you know, reevaluate, I guess, as far as this, and do this a little bit differently, as far as its construct. And I can see you already started on that, because I know I didn't do a lot of this this decking that they've expanded on IRL. So I'm just kind of taking along here. So you said the main grandstand you're pretty much happy with. You got the safety vehicles in here. Cool. Yeah, these here have been applied to a lot of the premium track builds that we've done in the past. So there's that ambulance. So a lot of these grandstands, these are pretty specific, I guess, as far as to the original Watkins Glen, if I remember right. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I like how you've got these placeholders for the cones, just to kind of get some sense of height. I remember that's one of the ways, I guess, as far as to you know, as far as in Sandbox anyway, to kind of correlate, I guess, as far as what's going on with the build of something in 3ds Max, by putting these cones in there. Is pretty cool. It's cool to see, I guess, as far as we haven't steered away, I guess, as far as from using some of the more primitive methods here. Let's see. You're not focused on that at all. I do have all the deck scene there, but the whole area needs redone, in my opinion. Oh, okay. Floating cones are marking cameras. Hey, that's not a bad idea either. That's where you got cameras at. So, okay. Yeah, there's the camera jig there too. I know you've got a better camera jig. I remember you were working on, at least anyway, a makeshift. So I got the camera jig. That's also on the Spline Design's website. But from what I can remember, Racer James had also put together a little bit better you can tweak it a little bit better, I guess, as far as to be able to read it. So we got under the utilities, camera jig, and there's also a video tutorial here to be able to, at least I did have one there. That's to get the tool. Wait, did I not put the video for that? Okay, hold on. I don't want to make a liar of myself, so this is the... Oh, that is the YouTube video, my bad. So here's the video, I guess, as far as shows how to use that. And, you know, it's a very preliminary type of thing, but I think it gives you something more of a visual to be able to know where to place, instead of just putting your mouse in a spot and then having to put your mouse in that spot. So if you can put something physical and visual there, keep it in that spot, and be able to use those coordinates in Sandbox or whatever to be able to apply that to your camera position. So a lot of the camera positions that I've already tested for the track seem pretty stoked. So the fact that these cones, as Richard James already pointed out, those are camera positions. So either that be TV1 or TV2. You can kind of get a perspective here of that being a camera position. Or night, like it. But so what you're saying there, just to clarify here, Richard James, this one here, even though you've done some work on this one here, it needs a total redone from even what you've got. Am I right? Now, I don't have all this here that you've got with the decking. I have only got just the original building here without all this decking. So if that's something you want me to you know, do on stream, you know, to be able to build and redo this, then definitely let me know, because I do have the first part of that, just not the decking. So and I'm sure you've probably done some adjustments to the texture too. Send you the base scene, but the deck is now even bigger. Yeah, and I think that's what you had mentioned to me. So even at what we're looking at here, it still needs to be redone. Still pretty cool though. I mean, the fact that the IRL, when you look at the drone coverage that they have for the tractor, the fact that that thing is presented in such a fashion in that position is pretty cool. So there's not a whole lot of badging on it other than some of these billboards, right? Something else I've also talked with Richard James about, and I haven't really dug into it, but I think it would be a really cool idea here after seeing what Torch has done with the interior walls at Texas. I wouldn't mind to entertain trying to, at least anyway, some of these guardrails. So in actuality, at the tractor they have like posts that mount these guardrails, and being able to do some form of 3D model piece for those types of things. I know it would be huge undertaking, I guess, as far as to do that, but here's another camera. Another camera view. This is a really cool, this really turned out neat. It's got that tubular effect, I guess, as far as to the starter stand. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so you're already saying that you were pretty much satisfied with the main Grand, which would be this here. You know, they don't even use these things anymore. Don't even use those anymore. As far as those advertised trons, or however you want to call those. Let me go ahead. I need to turn this down just a tad. I feel like I'm screaming over that. Here we go. Feel like I'm screaming over it. There we go. Yeah, if that's something you want to get to me. So I guess right now it's just a matter of just clarifying and you know, setting the stage here, I guess, as far as for what needs to be worked on, who's going to work on it, so that we're not stepping on each other's toes with it. Because from what I've seen so far, and a lot of this, keep in mind, is going all the way back to what James has already said, 2012, 2016, and then it's now getting back into it. So you got such things as the garage area already completed, or pretty much completed. This looks pretty fantastic. Look at this detail. You know, kind of in the middle of, from what I can tell here, low poly to middle poly, but not super high poly on these things here either. That's the main thing, I guess, as far as with. Ooh, we almost got it. Oh, Torch is hanging around with us a little bit. Appreciate that. I know you weren't sure, I guess, as far as you said you had some obligations, I guess, as far as this evening, but just see you around here. So we got the pedestrian bridge that goes across the track. So Racer James has got like this here. This is pretty cool. The fact that this is all 3D. So this is kind of just to expand on this concept here. You can see he's got a brace behind the foam that goes on into the guardrail. That's pretty cool. I like that. But to go even further, this has been my a lot of these guardrails, they don't have a lot of concrete walls. It's mostly all guardrails, right? And the fact that most of these right now are just a geometric that have the textures on all facades, I think it would be super cool. This is just my thought, to be able to put the posts behind it and actually create a 3D model piece, but still remain the geometric wall, right? You know, the fact that this track is pretty big. It's the better part of 3 miles from start to finish. You know, it's got 11 turns as far as the cup configuration. But this is something I've kind of thought about, having these posts behind the wall. Even just to make the post behind this geometric. Something even as that. So leave this like this and just put the geometric posts. It'd be a lot of posts, that's for damn sure. I don't deny that. I just wonder how that would look. These here, as far as the rumble strips, really cool trick of the eye, I guess, as far as here. It's a 2D image. The fact that it does have the rumble effect, I guess, as far as to these when you do make contact with them. But this is all 2D, but it has that 3D effect to it. Almost like a parallax occlusion type of thing. It's pretty wild. 2.45, yeah, I said it wasn't, you know, next to 3 miles. I know it's a pretty big track. Oh yeah, yeah, I can understand that. Racer James as far as needing more life and stuff. But I mean, for the initial design of it right there, I mean, it's like that's pretty solid. So you do have some of these outbuildings here already done. Got some a deck out on this deal. A little bit of a concession there. There you go. You got like some turn 10 terrace. That's pretty neat. So this is what defines, I guess, as far as being turn 10, the next to last turn going to the start finish line. So some really cool details in the track. And again, this tunnel here I think is pretty cool too. This is something I think is really, this is all 3D. Totally 3D. Definitely a really nice effect, I guess, as far as to a lot of the other lower yeah, so balancing out, I guess, as far as how much detail do you put into a track like that. I can imagine, this is something else I take into consideration, putting these individual posts for the guardrail. It might add a little bit of you know, poly weight to the track. You know, I totally get that too. Not that these look terrible this way, but this is something I've thought about. So the fact that this right here goes off to the boot, so he's got Racer James has got the entrance to the boot, at least anyway here. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong again there, Racer James, you haven't had any plans to put the boot in this track, but you've got the entrance to the boot right there. That's pretty neat. So this is what is considered the carousel, and through here. I believe this is next to turn 7 and 8. It's counting back from turn 10. And again, you got those 2D rumble strips, I guess, as far as that 2D texture effect, I guess, as far as on the rumble strips. Pretty rad. And then you got the bus stop over here. So we're kind of going backwards, just to kind of keep in mind here. So we do have some of the billboards here already in place. We got... Oh, that's some of the trees. I was like, what's clipping there? That's so some of the background trees do have some LODs to them, as far as the levels of detail. Most of all the campers, and I can tell here, these are all in the shared in the shared tracks shared folder. So that's what's loading in here. From what I do imagine. In fact, let me verify that. I would assume that's the case. I'll take a closer look at this in sandbox view. Right now we're just looking at the track from camera, but yeah, already some pretty decent detail to the track, to include the fact that it's pretty daggone accurate, being laser scanned in the best way that we can do it. This is another tunnel? It is another tunnel. So you got 2 tunnels in this bad boy. You got a tunnel here and over by turn 10. We're going into turn 10. That's pretty cool. Completely 3D modeled tunnel. Really taking advantage of the terrain that's in this deal. Yeah, so coming all the way back to, I believe this is like turn 3, because that's where you have the clubhouse. Turn 1 coming up this way, so more billboards, which I consider semi placeholder. Now I imagine a lot of these have probably changed. Or are they pretty current? I'm not sure. Yep, another cone for a camera position. Boys. Yep, we get back to this. So this is into turn 1. I really like that effect with the rumble strip. It's got that 2D effect in that. So especially considering a camera view there, if you were to put one right there, looks 2D, but it's not. It's definitely not. So you got pit exit here, and you got turn 1. So they put this runoff area in here. I remember, I want to say, right around the time this track was built, 2011, 2012, initially, I guess, as far as to make this runoff area, because previously, before they did that, it was just kitty litter, and it was very detrimental to the cars. It was wrecking them up there pretty good. So they just decided to make it a runoff area. So you can see a lot of the NASCAR drivers in particular, but even any other series, they do tend to run off on this area and get right back in the groove. So they tend to use that when they need to, I guess, as far as especially when you're trying to pass here in this area. Pretty wild to watch. Now, I'm not a big time fan of, in fact, I pretty much loathe roadies, I guess, as far as especially in NASCAR. Driving them, at least, anyway. To watch them is a different story. So here we are back at the start-finish line. That's a little bit of a run-through of the track for those that have never experienced Watkins Glen. That was going backwards, obviously. But, yeah, a lot of really cool detail yet. Okay, so just catching up, I guess, as far as with... if there is anything, definitely, Racer James, if that clubhouse, which I do have, the original models, like I already said, if that's something that you care to want to, for me to enhance on, definitely let me know, and we'll get to it. Okay, let me go back here. Someone had mentioned to me in one of the videos that we have on for the, I think it was the pit tool, so to be able to play spit stalls, there's, for some reason, I just want to reiterate while I'm on stream here, for some reason that link, I guess, as far as to it, it requires, I need to go to that video actually. Let's go and check this out here over on YouTube channel. So yeah, you can feel free to come on over here. Give some love over to the YouTube channel. Have plenty of YouTube how-tos on the. I just can't remember where I put them. Where did I put them? So yeah, they got a lot of VODs, I guess, as far as for the Spline Design Studios Saturday over here on the YouTube channel as well. A lot of the track builds that we've been involved with, going all the way back to the Charlotte Roval, North Wilkesboro, some of you might remember, and the Dover track build by Torch, and also Texas. This will be getting updated, I guess, as far as to get the last 4 or 5 episodes, I guess, as far as for the things going on with the Texas Motor Speedway build. Right now it's at the 32 episodes, so yeah, there's about 5 episodes that still have for that. Kind of bring that to a close. So we have in here, under the playlist here for the
Stop building websites though.
Oh, we gotta love ads. Gotta love ads. So a lot of good, really useful information in here, and going all the way back. This is the circa. Pretty sure I got it in here. I just gotta. Yeah, here we go. With transients reflection. So we got some updated information about it on here on this YouTube. But I do believe I did link it to the one done in 2014 as well. Yeah, so here's the one that's the original video back in 2014. This is a very old video, but it's a lot of useful information. And this is also on the SBP video channel, so it kind of gives you a little bit of a clue, I guess, as far as how old this is. This is circa 2014. There's no audio into it, so no voice commentary, I guess, as far as to show that. But there is text inlays, I guess, as far as to kind of explain, I guess, as far as what's going on in here. But yeah, a lot of really useful information like that have gone on in streams in the past. I love driving the road courses. You know, in a way too, this track with Watkins Glen, I definitely don't mind driving it, especially due to the fact that I just absolutely loathe. Yeah, so this is some updated information on how to create an object with trans. So this is updated here over in the Rock Nation YouTube. I forgot what I was looking for again. Oh, the video for the camera jig, which is, I believe it's in here. I was gonna find it or anything. There's a lot of this needs to get resorted. The fact that it's pretty spread out, I understand, and some of it's kind of muddled, I guess, as far as between the two YouTubes. Very understandable. Sometimes I have to always remind myself where these things exist. Let me go back to here and go to the downloads over at the Spline Design Studios site, and we'll go to utilities and this video right here, which is. Yeah, so this video right here for the camera jig, which is on the Rock Nation YouTube. I thought I had that in my playlist for, pause that there for a second. Okay, so I put it over here. Where in the world did I put this in first? I don't remember where I put this in. Alright, hold on. Okay, here's the link. This is what I was looking for. So it has been commented to me, and I don't know why it's not showing the comments. Probably not because I'm not logged in. Alright. Anyway, there's a link here for that camera jig. That's what I wanted to make sure. And it is available on the Spline Studios SDS site. Right there. It gives you the video, it links you to this video. When you try to download that camera jig from here, the only thing that's different is it requires you to copy this and paste it to a new tab. So in fact, if you try to click on this link to download it, it'll give you an error. And now it seems to be fixed. But it had been commented to me that it wasn't working. So if it doesn't work for you, feel free to go ahead and copy this link and paste it in a new tab, and it should be fine. Should be fine. That's kind of weird that it doesn't show me the comments for this thing here. Anywho, that's where all that information is at. Feel free to watch that to give you some advice, I guess, as far as how you can set your cameras for your track. It's definitely not the only way you can do it. Obviously, from what we've seen, the way Eraser James has done it, he's using the cones. Just using the cones to put those into position to make camera positions. You can do it that way as well. As long as you can have some type of object to be able to put it into position and then get the coordinates, I guess, as far as based on that object position. It just gives you the visual to be able to point to get that information. That's about all that works. Yeah, it's so much fun to toss the car around. Yep, that's kind of what I do, I guess, as far as I do toss it around quite a bit. Just with myself. I haven't even tried to race the track so far, I guess, as far as with AI. I can imagine I'd probably be running into them all over the place. Okay, so plenty of information that you can get on the YouTube. Also, feel free, I guess, as far as to check out all that's available on the Spline Designs YouTube as well. So we got the splines. Yes, it's muted. Cool. Lots of really cool information on here. I believe there is a video on here. Now that I'm coming over here, there are videos on here that do cover, I guess, as far as the original build. Yeah, lots of really cool stuff in here. So yeah, first laps at the Glen. This is all the way going back 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Let's kind of take a look at this real quick. You can see what Racer James has done. Let me go ahead and turn the background music off. Un momento. Here we go. So this is 3 years ago. Racer James did this one, I guess, as far as for the first laps at the Glen. This is over on the Spline Designs YouTube channel. Did it play? Play. Yeah, it's only about 3 minutes, but this gives you a rundown. We're gonna be trying to check out our using the original Cup mod. Hopefully, them audios are coming out. Yeah, I think they should be. Yeah, so you can see at this point here there was hardly no light. That's all it is just the track geometry itself. So it's gonna look a little bit funky, but this is all based on the LiDAR information just to get the track geometry itself. And you can see the center line, as far as that dark line across there, it's not even 100% in position at this point. It does sound good. That's something I'm still kind of. Now, be it the fact that this is still on the streaming PC and not on the gaming PC, once we get into the sim ourselves, on the gaming PC, that's going to be another true test, I guess, as far as how well the sounds will come across in the game, in the sim. Still trying to tweak that out there. So even at this point, it's a little bit tough to kind of orient yourself as far as where he's at in the track. I want to say this is turn 10. This is turn 10, right in about this spot. Coming into the last corner, turn 11. And then this is coming up the front stretch, what would be considered, and this would be the main stretch. So the bridge would be about right there, the pedestrian bridge. And there's the start-finish line. Boom. Yeah, so even without all the livery to the track, I mean, there's so much work that has been done with this track. You almost kind of know the track like the back of your hand without even all the other livery in there. The livery definitely brings it all together, I think. Now he's just checking out the replay. The fact that you're using the Fred Jones 86 car, that's... Now, one thing I am noticing, too, the way the shadow tends to hover below the track in certain spots. You know, keeping in mind, this is a very preliminary build of just the track geometry itself. I know the sound at this point are going to be really muted, but it is really low, even in the video. So this is because of the distance of the camera position in the sim. But yeah, we're going to be doing this ourselves here in the latest Full Circle Racing Designs, the NASCAR Cup Series 22 mod. I did tweet out there, I guess, as far as we have been doing some practice, some test laps, I guess, as far as on the track. And yeah, it is super fun, I guess, to be able to just throw the car around, I guess, as far as on the, look at that camera angle, as far as like, yeah, with having no other livery as far as ground or terrain, just the track surface at this stage. And there you go. Pretty quick little video, but that is totally available for anybody else to watch if they so choose to, I guess, as far as over on the Spline Designs YouTube page. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I want to turn the music back on. There we go. Alright, so yeah, this is about pretty much all I've got for now. It's kind of just a I don't want to put this, kind of a collaboration, I guess, as far as to see what else still needs to be done, what can be worked on, who's going to work on it, so we're not necessarily stepping on toes. If there's things already done by particular parties, then we can make sure that we're working on other things to progress the track even the way it is. From what I've tested so far in the testing mode, not necessarily in race mode, track's going good. Probably the only other thing that I'll mention, and I don't know if this was by design there, Racer James, but the wing foot, as far as the Goodyear blimp, tends to present itself during testing. I don't know if that was intentional, but normally the blimp doesn't present itself as far as in testing mode. That was the only other thing that I noticed, that the blimp does load in during that stage. So if that was intentional, kind of pretty cool. But I mean, it's as far as, but normally I guess as far as for most tracks it is not. So possible adjustment I guess as far as to the wing foot for the track. Question mark, asterisk, pound sign. Torch is still hanging out with us. Cool. Alrighty then. Alright, let's get right back into here. So let's take a closer look at the track in this view. So you have, this is the top-down view. And again, as I'd already mentioned, this is all laser scanned based on topographical information. Very detailed LiDAR scan, I guess, as far as from what I remember about this one. Between this track and I think also Sonoma. Sonoma is another really pretty detailed deal there. So right off the bat, you can already get an idea of how the infield has been done as far as to create that plane there. And yeah, we're going to take a closer look here. So in our track, this is my track edit folder that I have on my end, I guess, as far as just to be able to see all the things that we're seeing here in Sandbox. I need to resort these guys. I'm going to sort these by name. There we go. So the only thing I have in this folder is just the needed MIPS, 3DOs, and the PTF and so on and whatever to be able to load that into Sandbox. I got a separate folder in the game that has all the things you need to be able to load it in that fashion. So just for clarity there. But yeah, let's take a look at some of the items that are in this track. So like the infield. I'm going to go to object placement, and then our list here. So as I've already mentioned, as far as there's quite a few things that are in here in the shared folder, to include the camper views. Now if you have the updated camper objects for that shared folder, that's also available at the Spline Design Studios website. You can feel free to download that, plop those in your track shared folder. It's got the information, the instructions there, I guess, as far as how to get those installed. And you can have the same thing for your tracks. Okay, so yeah, we got the ambulances. So now we're getting into the things that are directly installed to the track. So you got the billboards. What I'm looking for is the infield. I'm assuming it's going to be named yada yada infield. So we got the Glen Media, Glen Club. So this is the it's in two pieces as it stands right now, and this is the way we knew how to do it. I guess as far as back during when we did that 2014 for this Glen Club. That's the one that I had assisted on that I've already shown. It's in two pieces for the glass and the 3DO, but to be able to combine that into one 3DO based on scripting, that's totally possible. So we can absolutely do that. Torch said he was going to give the SS Party deck. Yeah, I think you did mention that to me, Richard James. Yeah, so yeah, I definitely. This is why we, I guess, we're doing this at this point, just to kind of clarify, I guess, as far as who's going to be working on what, so that we're not stepping on anybody's toes. So here's the infield pieces. So we got, looks like we got it broke down into several pieces. So we got infield 1. I'm already liking how this is done. So it's not in one piece. So it's breaking it down so there's not so much poly weight to any one particular model, and probably had to do that anyway. Otherwise, it probably would have been way too many polys for one object. But the fact that it, when we can tell here, it's broken up into at least 4 different sections. And what I want to do is take a look at these individual pieces and see how that texture is applied there. But you get an idea in this this view at least anyway. So those infield objects, I want to take a closer look here, because that's just what I do. Nope, that's not what I wanted. So in here we've got those infield objects. So here's one. Oh wait, there's this one here too. Is this one used? I noticed there's infield 1. There might be some items in here that are probably not used. But and you know, at this stage here, it's totally understandable that if there is, because some cases you just don't know if you're going to need to use it or not. So yeah, I'm not seeing that infield 3DO used in here based on what I can see in the object properties list. So there could, you know, necessarily be, but this one here is definitely used. So 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it is using. They probably got their own MIPS. Whoops, let's bring this over here. So we've got Glen Small is the MIP that is used for this, and if we ever want to know, I guess, as far as what MIPS are being used for any particular 3DO, our neat little trick here is to do a search for MIP within, just opening this up in Notepad. Don't ever try to edit the 3DO in Notepad in this fashion, just to be able to confirm what textures are applied to it, and any other type of properties like state switches and stuff like that. That's about all you want to use Notepad for opening 3DO for, that's for sure. So it is using Glen Small. Let's take a look here. So Glen Small is using, so should be all in alphabetic. So we got F, G, Glen Garage, Glen Media, Glen Sat. That's probably the background image. Glen Club, Glen Small. There we go. So if we open this up in our handy dandy WinMip 2, see what's going on with that. Oh crap. I gotta go to James's folder. Gotta navigate to it. I've cleaned up my desktop there a little bit, but it's still not 100% clean. Alright, let's put this in this view. And we're looking for that Glen Small. So that would be media. Glen Small. I kind of figured it was going to be a pretty beefy boy, which it is. So we'll give it a second to load in. Holy mackerel, this thing is huge. But to get the detail that we have on those particular objects, it definitely requires it. So we got 12 sub-images. It is compressed. It is compressed with a map of 3, based on, we want to use, yeah, that's exactly what I was expecting to see. So you can kind of get it. This is a pretty big boy. Probably a 4096 by 4096. Nope, 4096 by 2048 per the info at the bottom. I know y'all can't see that. I got my overlay in the way, but it is a 4096 by 2048. But look at the detail in that. And you can see what that looks like in the track itself with the compression. So here's the piece here. Still got it highlighted. We can pan over here and see what we got going on there a little bit closer. You can see the detail that is in there based on that mapping to that infield piece. The other trick here, I imagine what was pretty tricky, is probably to get these pieces to line up so it didn't look like you can see the gaps, you know, where they actually do intersect. That's a trick in itself there. The fact that we can see the edge, the bounding box for this this particular infield piece, I don't see any indication, I guess, as far as where that actually lines up. So that's pretty good, I do have to say. Yeah, you missed removing one, and it's going to be, like I was saying, as far as at this stage in the game, if nothing else, it's just a matter of, you know, just taking note, you know, having something else look at it like myself. You can kind of, because you're so involved, I guess, as far as with doing the build, you're going to tend to miss stuff, right? But at the end of the day, I guess, as far as when you're, you know, wanting to put the final touches to it, you'd be like, you definitely want to make sure you remove any of those items that aren't needed, because it's just using up space, I guess, as far as in there. Speaking of space, that's something else that Torch and I have worked diligently, I guess, as far as to finalize, I guess, as far as the Texas build. With all that stuff going on with the Texas build, the fact that it comes out, the finalized DAT, for the most part, is under 70 megabytes. I think that's that's pretty great, I guess, as far as when you consider all the detail, when you consider all the the detailed textures, as well as the scratch built 2D pieces, the 3DOs and whatnot, and to put that all together, and it stayed well under even 90 megs. That's huge. That's just huge. So the balance that has been applied, I guess, as far as both the poly weight of the models and the textures, is a huge testament, I guess, as far as to that's all a part of building a track. So once you've taken the initiative, I guess, as far as to encompass everything that's going on with the track geometry itself, because that's going to have its own poly weight in its own right. So if you're not trying to balance out what's going on with the track geometry in comparison to how you're building your models, you're just going to ruin the track, for the most part. As far as being overall playability, frame rate, sustain, a pretty sustained level of frame rates, especially with all other things loaded in a race weekend. So you've definitely shown a lot of that, I guess, as far as on stream here, quite a bit. So I'm kind of curious, even at this stage, with the limited amount of detail and library that's in this track, how it actually responds, I guess, as far as to frame rates and stuff like that. So that's what we'll be getting into here in just a moment. But yeah, here's some other models that we've got. That we have showcases in other builds. We got the rollback that has the international cab to it, and also this is the van style ambulance as far as safety equipment. It's pretty cool, so we're putting those back to use. So that's a GMC, or is that a Chevy? That's a GMC. GMC. Yeah, so we got some pretty detailed models in here, I guess, as far as wherever you look. I really like this. This is a really cool effect here, I guess, as far as, but yeah, well, we could probably at least entertain the idea as far as to put those posts for the beams or whatever the behind the guardrail. If it tends to become, I guess, a too poly weight heavy, as far as for the track, you could always not worry about that. But I think to do it on just a stretch here, like maybe even on this wall, and kind of add to the detail that's already available on this turn, just to see what's going on with it, and then if it tends to work out, then maybe entertain doing the rest of it, possibly. These are just things I think of. Oh wow, this is even 3D in here. Look at that. Very not much detail, I guess, as far as in here, but the fact that you can actually walk through that. And again, it all comes down to, like we've said before, if you were to put a camera, say on this angle here, how would that look? That's the approach I always like to take. And if it doesn't look very good, I guess, as far as if you were to consider putting a camera angle there, to kind of spruce it up a little bit, yeah. Oh, so you got one in there called Jupiter. Yeah. So we got a term in my state, I guess, as far as for anybody that lives up in the UP, we call them Upers. When I read that, I was just like, huh? So you got 1 through 4, the Uper, and the boot. So you got one for the boot. Now let's take a closer look at those. So we've already seen what's going on with this one. So I'd imagine all these other infields use this same texture. In fact, I'll take a look at that here. It's just a second. Close this out. So all of these infield objects, just to verify, it was coming in with the tire squeal. Figured you would like that reference. Yeah, the Uper. That's funny. That's super funny. Yeah, I totally, when I read that in chat, I didn't know you had it in here, that's for sure. So you just mentioned it, but you got one called Uper. Let me see here. So these are all alphabetic, so Uper, where's Uper? DUV is going to be down here. Right there, very last one. So that is using, yeah, also probably that Glen Small. Yeah, so the fact that you're using the same texture for several different objects, again, it goes to the same way that Torch had done with the Texas build. The more you can use one texture, I guess, as far as for a multitude of objects, that's utilizing as much as you can, I guess, as far as what's already been made, I guess, as far as for. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. So Youper, let's open this up. I'm gonna open this up in 3D SimEd. So you've called this Youper for any particular reason. Where is that actually located in the tracker? So this is just opening it up here in 3D SimEd. We got an idea of what that looks like by itself. Let's take a look at it in Sandbox. So Youper, if we go to our item list here and look for it in our items list, that should be, again, all alphabetic. Youper, very last one there. So it's out here. I see what you got in here now. So it's just this piece right there. Upper left or of the outfield, it is a stretch reference. Okay. I think that's pretty funny though. So the fact that you got that all right here in a separate piece here. So there's the Youper, and then you got the boot. Let's take a look at the boot. So there is one called the boot. Let's go in here. Boot. Where's boot? Again, yep, there's boot, and that's probably also, just to verify, that's also using Glen Small. So boot, let's open this up in 3D SimEd. And there's your boot. So there's that piece. That's like the lower half of that Youper, I have to imagine. So if we, that's just looking at it in 3D SimEd. That's about all we use 3D SimEd for, actually. Just to look at it, and then we can look at it in here as well. So we got boot. Let's go to properties, and we'll go to boot. Billboards, boot. Boom. There's the boot. There you go. Right down now. And that is basically that same area. So coming out of the carousel, coming down to there where you enter the boot, go around then where you come out of the boot. So you got at least the entrance and the exit to the boot that are visible, just as far as from the track. But the rest of it is not present. So to make that usable, I guess, as far as in there. Again, Racer James, you can feel free to elaborate. I think you had mentioned you don't have any plans to put a boot on this in this configuration, but at least have the entrance and exit to it. That's not too bad. But the fact that you've got the piece to it, as far as where it actually is located in your track, is pretty cool. Hard Night. Yeah, so even from this view, you can notice you can definitely see you got the bus stop over here. I guess you can kind of consider this as the back stretch, front stretch over here. You know, it's not an oval, it's not like a true oval because you got the 11 turns, but if you were to break it down, I guess, as far as traditional ovals, this would be your front stretch, turn 1, 2, into 3, 4, 5, and 6, carousel 7. And this is actually turn 10, so I don't know where they get 11 turns out of it. I don't know if they consider this to be... I know this is turn 7, if I remember right. The carousel is considered turn 7. So you got 7 and 8. This is 10 and 11, so I don't know where 9's at. I don't know how they consider these turns. I know that's the way it used to be anyway. It used to be... turn 1 is definitely very definable. 11 being the last corner coming up to the straightaway for the finish line. From what I do remember, this was 7. This would be 5 and 6 into 7. So this must be like 7 and 8. And then wherever 9 is, and then this is 10, and then you're 11. That's the way I remember it anyway. If that's the way it goes, I don't know, but... Oh, what do you got there? Ooh, you got some of that media stuff. They count the boot corners. Oh, as far as turn, even though they don't actually race on those, they count those as well. I guess I could see that. So you got 7. This would be 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I don't know if that even equates to what I'm counting. So you got 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That would be like 12 turns. Anyway. Yeah, who knows, I guess, the way they do that. What's this link here we got? That's probably gonna come up over. Yep, that's what I thought. Hold on, let me do this. Let me copy this over here. Copy that. We'll bring that over on this side. We'll close some of that up. All right, yeah. So what do we got here? So you talk. Okay, here's the layout. This is what they consider, I guess, as far as what turns are what. So they actually considering. Yeah, turn 1 we knew. See, this right here is what I considered it. I always remembered it as turn 7, but I guess that's not what they do. So they go 4. They don't even count the bus stop as a turn. Okay, that's probably why. That's what the deal is. So 4, 5, 6 going into the boot. 7. Okay, boot, heel. Yeah. So the cut guys don't run this boot. What they call the boot. They only run, I guess, as far as from here, go straight through, right? So technically, they only have like 9 turns. They're taking out these 3 basically, as far as for the boot. Yeah. So there you have it. That's your. Yep. So they do consider that the back straight, just like I was saying. I guess as far as this would be considered the front stretch, where the start-finish line is at. Yeah, there you have it. That same layout. I'm kind of liking how you did the track shot for this too there, Rachel James. In fact, it's got the laser scanned. Let me see if I can bring that up here real quick. Let's see here. Let me do it this way. Let me go to my desktop. Open that up in a new window. There we go. Well, this track shot is pretty cool. What do you do with it? Hold on. Let me do this. Trying to find my stuff here. I got a lot of projects going on here, and it is kind of a mess. Did I not save it here? Oh, there it is. There it is. All right, cool. Mount it. Yeah, so this track shot is actually pretty cool. That track shot is actually pretty cool. So this is when you in your track selection screen. That's what's used here. So as far as it's laser scan. So there's your layout there too. You can see that there's the pit road. So going back, I guess, as far as to their layout here, pretty much the same. The only thing they haven't really highlighted, I guess, as far as the pit road. Well, the only difference. Pretty much everything else is there. You got the inner loop, the bus stop, turn 5, the carousel. You got the chute. So on and so forth. Friday night. Yeah, that laser scan logo, that's pretty cool. So I imagine that was something that you created on yourself. I think that's pretty neat. I know there's some like makeshift ones for different companies, I guess, as far as that do laser scanning. But the fact that you kind of made your own, that's even better. I think that's even better. That even adds more to the custom nature, I guess, of this build. All right, so just checking on, see how everybody's doing out there. Appreciate everybody stopping by. Get to see what we got going on here for Spline Design Studios Saturday. We're going over the scratch track laser scan build of the Watkins Glen International Speedway, I think is what they call it. Yep. Okay, so getting some slots. Oh, you missed it by 1 kappa. Look at that. Bot's getting stingy right now. Already. Okay, what else do I got to go over? So, I don't know. I guess we could probably get into, at this point, just to kind of see what's going on in the sim. I've done a pretty decent amount of testing myself without any AI. Just get, gotta get a feel for the track. Now, I've only been using the easy setup that is supplied with the track, and it seems pretty decent. To get a couple laps in anyway. But yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. So yeah, here's a little bit closer view of the pit road. You can look at it from this perspective here in Sandbox. Pretty decent amount of detail here. So you got the entrance to the garage area. And obviously it's, you know, like Racer James already pointed out, it needs more life to it, I guess, as far as that. You've already got some additional work done to the victory lane. This is not current. Again, I want to verify that. Pretty good detail on this thing here, too. Gave me a lot of insight, I guess, as far as the way the Turn 1 Pavilion over at La Crosse was done. Kind of that same type of influence there. That starter stand is pretty fantastic, too, I think. Still got the Sprint Cup guy in there. I don't know, I can't remember if I have or have not done an updated series official, I guess, as far as the fact that the Cup Series doesn't have a title sponsor, and it's just the NASCAR Cup Series. I don't think I've done one. I don't believe I have. The last one I did was the one for Monster. And obviously that's been already about 4 or 5 years already. Oh, so this too, this is pretty cool. I noticed that. That's definitely been built for this one here. So just kind of going over, I guess, as far as some of the things that have been borrowed from the original Watkins Glen build for Papyrus, and also the ones that have been built custom, I guess, as far as for this particular build. I don't know where are these custom here, there, Racer James, or are these from the original Watkins Glen? These stands over here in turn 1. Yeah, I'm just kind of taking it all in here. I haven't been able to look at it from this perspective here just yet. And yeah, pretty much anywhere you look at it, even with this limited amount of detail to it, you really get a sense of scale of this thing, and the you know, as far as where everything is at. Pretty great. You had one in the cross, updated flagger suit. Oh, did you really? Must have missed that. Original stands with added supports to the back. Oh, okay. So original, but you added to the back. Gotcha. Check that out. So yeah, again, always taking into consideration if you were to put a camera, obviously you got one in front of the stands here. If you were to put a camera right there, like a spectator, how much eye candy you would get as far as doing that. That's pretty cool. So you do have one updated in La Crosse. I didn't realize you did. Now, was it specific to La Crosse, or was it a an updated NASCAR official? Actually, it struck my interest. Now I need to check that out. It done struck my interest. So let's go back one. I got the cross build actually in here. We're gonna take a look. So I still got the La Crosse build in here. You're not considering the La Crosse build being finished there for 2021. Well, that would still be NASCAR Cup Series, right? Yeah. Well, let's take a look here. So we got the series flag in here. We're gonna look. I'm kind of curious now. The hell. Putting that up there, handy dandy Wimmet too. And right now we're in the Glen. We need to go to La Crosse. Okay. Go all the way back here. Do the La Crosse build. Go to the edit folder. Yeah, I got separate track edit folder, I guess, as far as for each of these. Okay, and the series flagger. Right now. Oh, I see what you did. So this is probably not 100% the way those look there, but I see what you did. I see what you did. You just made it generic, I guess, as far as for any track, really. As far as not necessarily specific to NASCAR. Gotcha. Not finished with the cross. My ADHD is flared, and now Glenn is my attention, right? You know what I mean? That happens. You know, the fact when you got so many projects going on, I'm kind of the same way when it comes to not only the Enter 2003 stuff, but also Farm Sim stuff. You get an idea, and it's like your mind just like stays focused, I guess, on one thing. But you can always go on those tangents there too. All right, so anyway, I can see how you did that official. How does that actually look in lacrosse? I'm gonna actually open lacrosse up here for a second. We haven't been able to look at lacrosse there in a while. Close that up. Let's take a look at lacrosse here. So we're gonna be getting into the sim here and actually do some laps on Watkins Glen here. So the main focus is gonna be obviously Watkins Glen. If it hasn't become abundantly obvious, but not to forget about the upcoming release on the Spline Design Studios site for the Texas Motor Speedway build. Got the better part of 36 episodes, better part of a year and a half of from start to finish, much the same fashion as this track with Watkins Glen, which has been Racer James's own build, just like the Texas build was for Torch. For the 2021 day, oh, I see what you did. Yeah, they've got actually a NASCAR Cup Series, right? So you just did it based on. I don't know. I know they obviously didn't have a title sponsor going into post fact of Monster vacating at the end of the 2020 season. So I've only seen the suits or whatever from current, I guess, as far as, and the fact that they do have NASCAR Cup Series. But yeah, just take a look at. Switch us back over to geometry. New and new. So you can see the sat image that has been made for that. To actually build the geometry for that for the track. Keeping the coordinates, I guess, as far as for that background image in sandbox right there. Pretty cool. All right, let's open up lacrosse. Oh, that's Torch's folder. I need to go to James's folder. And we got lacrosse. So we're kind of going back and forth a little bit, but a lot of it does coincide, I guess, as far as everything we're doing. Nope, I don't want that one. I want this guy. And we're going to open this guy. I want to see how this official looks. I never really got a chance to take a really close look at stuff like that. We'll open this up here for a second. Uh-oh. What the heck? All right, what did I miss? Wrong PTF? Probably wrong PTF. 515. Oh, yep, it would be. Gotta make sure you open up the most current one. I was opening up this one here. That's why I wasn't able to load it. There it is. Alright, cool. Let's, yeah, so here's, just getting back to lacrosse here for a second. We do have that official, that texture. This is what they look like for 2020 Daytona, apparently. I'm going to plead ignorance. I don't know what they look like then. I just know they didn't have a title sponsor going into that season. The fact that they went some pretty simple. Yep. So there you have it. Just kind of showcasing, I guess, lacrosse here a little bit and the detail in this bad boy. And just like Racer James already mentioned, it's not done. It's just ADHD. ADHD has gotten the better of him, I guess, as far as his focus is on Watkins Glen right now. So the Turn 1 Pavilion that we did a few streams back, it's all in place. Using that ceiling, I guess, as far as that's in the Glen Club. Yep, so utilizing pieces that were, and that we don't 100% know what it looks like in actuality on this pavilion for lacrosse, but kind of fabricated it into there. But yeah, all the detail in this bad boy too. So again, no matter where you tend to set this thing, a lot of detail. And the fact that this is more of a short track, you're going to see a lot more detail, I guess, as far as because it is, you know, such a shorter track in comparison to Watkins Glen, which is very vast. You know, as Racer James already pointed out, 2.45 miles, almost 3 miles in length. Yeah, you can almost stand right up on here too. Look at that, almost like you're watching a race right from the deck up here. That's some cool stuff. I love this thing in here, this little Easter egg. Come in the bathroom, got Mr. Poop on the wall. That's pretty radical. The fact that you don't really get a chance to be able to interact with it other than this way, super funny. A lot of detail in that though. Yeah, the fact that we've seen picture references, I guess, as far as of this particular spot That's at the Lacrosse. And the way that's depicted in here virtually, I don't know if I could have done it any better. Don't know if I can be able to do it any better. Yeah, so the back side of the stands, all the detail on that blocks, the mason blocks, concrete blocks. Kind of reminiscing here just a little bit as far as what we should expect to see, I guess, as far as what the Watkins Glen build. Yeah, the fact that you're not able really to get out of the car and explore. You know, a lot of these places around the track are, you know, kind of blocked off, if you will. So it's kind of like you can only look but no touch. Yeah, so the fact that you've got a collision here to get at this car, you can't really get to this car when you're in the track, but you can see it at least from wall side here. And we've already shown, I guess, as far as how this car is broken down into many pieces to get that full-on car, I guess, as far as to include the chassis. Look at the detail in this bad boy. Let me slow this down. Nope, I didn't slow it down enough. There we go. Get a little wonky. Yeah, look at the detail in this thing. It's like you can just sit right in here and just pretty cool stuff. And the fact that it even clips there a little bit when you sit in here. I'm going to step over here a little bit. There we go. That's just pretty cool. That's a lot of really fantastic detail. So the fact that it's playing homage, I guess, to Alan Kowicki, I guess, as far as that when they used to run that series, I guess, as far as over at Lacrosse. A lot of really cool detail in there. Look at the press box there too. You can stand up in here too. So a lot of changes have been made to this, the interior of that. I guess as far as what I find really cool, stuff like this. So you have the door there. Come on this side, you obviously have a door. So on this side, you obviously got those doors as well. So the way everything lines up, you know, it's like, again, just like Racer James is pointing out, as far as like you can get out, if you were to come through this door, you have a door there. Got the steps to go up on top, you know, for the spotter perch. Now, this is something I think I've pointed out before too, the fact that we got this magenta bleed. I haven't seen that in the game. It only seems to be present here in the sandbox. And this is what I've always talked about, I guess, as far as it's very hard, in a lot of cases, to get rid of all that magenta bleed, especially when you have transparency on these different pieces, you know, textures for different model pieces. The fact that there's not nearly as much on this one here in comparison to this perch. Yeah. And it could be something that can still probably be tweaked on, I guess, a little bit, but it can be considered pretty difficult, I guess, as far as to get a lot of that out of there. The detail in this thing there. So, keeping in mind, it's going to put this on the side here. It gives it the effect or whatever that it's got a lip on here. That's all 2D. But the way the shadowing is done on it gives it that 2D effect. The fact that it's got an overhang on that top piece of the railing. That's a trick of the eye, again. I believe the same thing's done down here. Yep. Yeah, the fact that that wood looks so one-to-one, it's like a one-to-one scale as far as how, if you bought, you know, actual lumber, I guess, as far as from the old lumberyard and put this together, that's actually what it would be like. Yep, so again, you come out this door, come out that door, down the stairs, out onto the deck, come down the stairs. Pretty cool. Anyway, I feel like I'm getting a little bit off on a tangent, but feels good to kind of reminisce a little bit. What we want to do is get into a little bit of do some test laps over on Watkins Glen. Watch me struggle, I guess, as far as getting around a roadie. You probably all get a kick out of that. Okay, so what I'm going to do here real quick is I'm gonna switch this on over to the other PC. I need to check out these audios too. This is going to be a really good test for hopefully what I've figured out, what's going on with some of the audios there, and hopefully it does come across better than I feel it has been. So yeah, let me switch this over real quick. Yeah, cross the fingers. Alright, so here we are on the gaming PC. So we got this already loaded up for the sim. So let's load up the sim here real quick. You can at least see some of the AI going around the track. Get a sense for that at least anyway, for starters. So yeah, we're going to go into single race. On the we're using the Full Circle Racing Design NASCAR Cup Series 22 mod that has been released previously, and all the thanks, I guess, as far as those involved with the creation of this this mod is just pretty cool. When you consider, I guess, as far as it being in compliance with our 2003 capabilities, it's pretty fantastic. So let's go into single race, and yeah, we're gonna go to Watkins Glen, and it is a beta. Let's not forget the fact that it's a very preliminary, not even close to being finished, but it's got a lot going on for it. So we're gonna set this to 42 cars. 43 in total to include ourselves as a player car. We'll use just the default NCS 22 roster. Yeah, I am going to keep the wind speed on it. 2.450 miles, as Racer James has already pointed out. And he would know, because he's been doing a lot of research and so on to get this track absolutely correct as possible in the sim. So having that LiDAR is definitely a huge step in that right direction. Alright. So we're loading this up here for the first time for me. With the AI, at least anyway. So we can get a sense of what kind of... Let's go ahead and turn the background music off again. You know, you can hear this, all the sounds here, hopefully. I am hearing them, but hopefully y'all are hearing them. You know what I needed to do? I turned the volumes down.
Dropping the hammer.
Right? Yeah, we'll be doing that here in a moment, I guess, as far as dropping the hammer or so. Yeah, let me check out audios here, because I did turn them down there, because I was just testing some things out there, and I did turn it down as low as I could get it. Crank this up just a tad. So if it is too loud, definitely let me know. Turn it up that much. If I put this way too loud, it's going to blow your all's eardrums out, I guarantee you. So I'm just going to gradually increase this just to kind of... Yeah, you should be getting some audios. Oops. On my end, it's showing you should be. Right now, it's just in practice. Let's switch this over to on the track. There we go. Let's get some race action here. A lot of these cars are going to be semi-fictional. This is in TV2. Let's put it on TV1. A lot of these cameras that I've already checked out there are pretty cool. See how these cars race against each other too. So we got the 18 and the 43. Look at that. Passed on the carousel there. That's going down the short chute, coming into turn 10. Check out the track info. We'll do that here in a second. I just want to see this race action. We did see some passing there. We're coming into turn 11. Yep, coming up to the start finish line. This is all on TV1. Y'all hear sounds, hopefully. I know I got them down a little bit low. I can hear them just fine. I don't want it too loud, I guess, as far as to the point where it's blowing y'all's eardrums out. Look at this passing we can see already. The 18 trying to go around the 27. That's in turn 1, going up turn 2 and 3. Up the hill, going down that first straightaway, going into the, coming up to the bus stop, the inner loop. There's some pretty cool camera views, though. Look at all this passing we're seeing, though. It is pretty low? Okay. I can always crank it back up a little bit. I just don't want to blow all your eardrums out. I can hear it just fine. Let's go like this. We'll put it up. Let's try about 30. There we go. There we go. Be a little bit louder. Actually, I can also do this. You'll be able to hear it a little bit better. Try in car? Yeah, I can definitely go in car too. It's probably going to be really loud. And just fair warning. If I do switch this over with where I got it right now, it's going to probably be super duper loud. But the fact that the camera is kind of panned out here, it might tend to be a little bit lower for y'all. So just fair warning. So if I go in car, I'm going to get ready, I guess, as far as to adjust that, because I know it's going to be probably super duper loud. Yeah, let's go in car. Come on, where's the cockpit? There we go. Oh my god, that's super loud for me. Yeah, I'm gonna turn that down just a tad. Get a little in-car action. Right, that's what I figured. It's very crackly for me. It's so loud it's pretty crackly. So let's do. I'm gonna turn this down just a tad this way. There we go. We'll get it balanced out. But both of us, I guess, as far as I can hear it, pretty decent. So we're in the 18 of Kyle Busch. Get it from the cockpit here. As long as y'all can hear it. So at this stage here, just full disclosure, full transparency, I'm balancing out, I guess, as far as getting rid of using the virtual audio, I guess, as far as that through the virtual mixer, trying to get rid of all that completely and using as much of the NDI options as possible. So not only with the video, which we've pretty much figured that out, but also with the audio. What I've been trying to get it worked out is it hopefully doesn't sound like it the audio's underwater. You know, like it's being, you know, kind of gurgly, for lack of a better way to put it. That's the other thing I've been trying to hopefully get eliminated. So going through the bus stop, coming up into the carousel, what they used to call the carousel, I don't know if they still call it that. There's the carousel, or turn 5 as we've seen the diagram. The boot, there's the entrance to the boot right there. Now, the fact that we've got wing foot already out in practice here, so I think, again, I don't know if that was done intentionally or not. Possible adjustment, I guess, as far as to the wing foot, so it's not showing in any other session but race. That's the way most other tracks, the blimp will respond, as far as it only show up in race. So down the front stretch, start finish line, and there's a lap. Coming into turn 1, you can see that downhill trajectory, I guess, as far as going into turn 1, and how much those drivers actually struggle, I guess, as far as to get woed up there and not run off into that area. Oh, they're not shifting in this rendition? Yeah, so the fact that he's in 4th gear here, so you've had to adjust, so he's shifting down to 2nd. Let's watch the shifts here. So he stays in 2nd through the bus stop. Stays in 2nd all the way through the bus stop. Look at this passing, though. Look at how these guys are racing pretty nice. Not wrecking each other. So you got the 47, the 18, and whoever's right in front of them. Look at all, and the 43 here. They get pretty close to each other. Kind of backed off a little bit. So he seems to be shifting pretty good. I don't know if this is with the adjusted fast setup. Seems to be, he's going to shift. Shifts right there. Just past the start-finish line. Shifts it back down. Yeah, see, for me, I always end up going down to 1st gear in areas like that, because otherwise I feel it's, you can't get back up to speed as fast Doesn't seem like, at least for me. Yeah, as far as to barely hit fourth, right. So down here is where I notice he does get into fourth. So second, third. Still in third, still in third, still in third. He's chipping it. Yeah, he doesn't even get into fourth right there. All the way down to first. He got down to first here in the carousel this time. He was in second gear last lap. But his second. Third. Yep, doesn't even get into fourth there. I kind of see what you mean, as far as how they don't necessarily get into fourth. Tend to stay in third quite a bit. Second. Last corner, coming up the front stretch. Start finish line. See if he shifts here. Chips it. Third. Nope. Right down to second. Then to turn one. Yep, I can kind of see what you mean now. Yep. Even the AI hang the car out and every turn. Yeah, it's a little bit. They tend to take it a little. They kind of tiptoe. That's what they always tend to do. They're not going to let it, you know, get off the rumble strips and all that jazz. But they seem pretty fun to be able to race against. Yeah, so the fact that just the pass there by the 18, by the slower car there on the right side. You know, that's something else I want to see how the spotter cues, I guess, as far as car on the right, car on the left, all that stuff. Yep, he doesn't even get into fourth. Yeah, so I can definitely see what you mean, I guess, as far as having to adjust that fast setup, which is the setup that the AI tend to use during a race. Let's see, what's his fastest lap here? His fastest lap, minute 24:72. Yeah, I've been able to do like a one. These seem kind of slow. I think I've been able to do like a 1:22. I'll have to look at the. Here, let me back out of this. You see enough of that? Let's do it. Done. And you were saying to take a look at the track info. This deal right here. I see what you did there. That's pretty cool. You're taking a little bit different approach, I guess, as far as doing that instead of the traditional amber overlay, I guess, as far as for a lot of the track info. Yeah, I've been able to do a 119 right here. Here's my best time right there, 119. So the fact that these AI seem a little bit slow. Now, keeping in mind, too, I've got the AI difficulty rate, I guess, as far as at 95. I got it set to 95. So more than likely, probably if I would have put it to 100, it'd be closer to that time. That's just fair mention anyway. Yeah, but I've been able to do a minute 19, which I think is pretty slow in comparison to what the. Now I'm assuming this. Oh, I guess that's over with. Let's go right to happy hour. This record here is with J.L. Jarrett as far as like probably old. So going back to 2012, that would make sense, but this probably would need to get updated to whatever it is current. But yeah, even considering the cup rate here, in my opinion at least anyway, we're not professional race car drivers, so it's highly unlikely you're going to be able to get the same record, be able to beat that. But if you can, then maybe you're better than some of these cup drivers, I guess. Bit tight in the carousel. All in your setup. You're in the mid 117. Yeah, 119 is the best I can do. That's overrunning a lot of the turns and stuff like that too. So, push. There we go. I say somebody's got to be out there. Let's go back to so you can see the pit lane 1 and pit lane 2. Let's check out the spectator here. So yeah, really cool info, I guess, as far as on the track info. So yeah, you got the blimp out here still. And again, just my opinion, I guess, as far as on the blip, it shouldn't be out any other session other than race. Pretty cool, though, nonetheless. Let's check out these spectator cams. Oh, you do got some clipping in here. So maybe a little bit of work on the spectator cams, but yeah, it's got a lot of blockage here. These cars look really cool on this track. Yeah, so like in those types of views like that, if you had the, again, going back to what I was saying about the 3D posts for the guardrails, that'd look just killer. I don't know how much poly weight that would put to the track as far as to do that. I mean, you could make those posts for that pretty simple. They wouldn't have to be, much like you would do for the foam, I guess. Yeah, he's really tiptoeing around here. 5 car. Yeah, I know the sounds are going to be a little bit low. They are for me as well, because of how far the camera's panned out. Yeah, there's one of the camera spots. There's that Glen Club, I guess, as far as up on the hill there. As far as your setup is still tight in the carousel. Yeah, so I used that easy setup, and it seemed free enough, at least anyway. Yeah, this one's a little bit panned out. Yeah, so some of these spectator views could probably be definitely improved about. And it's still early stage in the game, so you got a lot of blockage in this. Here again, we're back on that one. Let's go to TV2. Check these out for a second. So yeah, obviously still a little bit of work to be done in spectator cams. I kind of like this overhead type of view. This gives a wide range, I guess, as far as what's going on. And so whatever car you got it focused on, like we can see both these cars kind of going at it. Ooh, we got one that's off the pace there. Let's see if the 5 car will pass the 6. I like the fact that they actually do pass each other. That's kind of neat. Now, keep in mind this is in practice, so we'll definitely see how they respond here during race. But see if the 6 car will pass them back. This is in turn 1. Going up the hill, turn 2 and 3. I'm kind of digging this view. Kind of like that overhead to the side type of thing. Gives you a broad view, I guess, as far as what's going on. And so any car, like in this case here, any car you got it focused on, you can see what's going on in front and behind them. Through the inner loop or the bus stop. I don't think the 6 is going to catch him. Yeah, the AI screwing up today, trying to get them to speed up. They were running 230 mile an hour. 40 seconds. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. So was that with the modifier lines in the INI? I'd imagine. Yeah, you can definitely go too high with those. If that's the case. Yeah, I've always said if you're finding yourself with the modifiers, I'm not saying that's what you did. I'm just using that as just an example. If you're finding yourself having to put like anywhere close to a 2 point something or other on the modifiers for the AI, that's too high. That just means you'd have to do something with the setup to get them to run faster. So if it means changing the gears or adjusting tire pressures or whatever you may have to do, don't ever try to. I see it all the time though, and it still happens even to this day where modifiers for AI, I guess, as far as they tend to get like 2 points something or other on the drag modifier and Excel and decel modifiers. That to me is just silly. I mean, that's fine and dandy if you're trying to create a crash compilation, type of video, if you want to do that. But definitely for trying to make it more realistic, not a good route to go. Oh yeah, it definitely should be less than that. Yes. Yeah, if you're creeping much past that, then you're definitely too high. Absolutely. Those modifiers were designed in there just to kind of tweak tweak on, and by tweaking, as far as like very minimal, we're talking like tenths and or hundredths of a deviation, I guess, as far as from 1. You can go actually absolutely go less too. Like if you can go less than 1 as well, but again, probably not too far less on a lot of those values. So if you're having to go down to say much past 0.5, then it's like something else would need to be adjusted besides just that modifier. All right, this is pretty cool. I'm liking these views. So the only thing that I see needing adjustment to is the spectator. Yeah, so even this one here is kind of really panned out. You have that little bit of blockage. And but the other cams, really like this one coming off of pit road, and also this one might need to be adjusted just a tad. Because you've got, I think this is Victory Lane. I'm not sure what building is there, but obviously it's kind of cutting it off. So either to move that forward or up. That's about the only thing there, but you can still see pit entrance right there. And I can imagine too, like as you're doing adjustment to the track livery. Actually, this is the Petty Bridge. Yeah, this is the pedestrian bridge. Now that I think of it, yeah. So I would either go just a little bit more forward, so that it's or up a little bit, just so that this is not quite all in view like that. But that's a pretty neat idea there. Like it. See, many of those values are inverse of each other. So if you find one on a whack, likely have to inverse equally. Yeah, in some cases, yeah, that can come to be, but also not to take out of context as far as making adjustments to the setup that they're using, the AI are using. Sometimes that'll throw them out of whack to either be running too slow. I know we dealt with that trying to get the AI balance for Texas. The direction that Torch was going, and obviously he had taken some insight on that, was to not go too high, I guess, as far as on those modifiers, because they were creeping up there, I guess, as far as above that, what I consider to be danger zone, as far as getting into like the 1.3s, on the modifiers for XL, the XL modifiers and such. Yeah, you don't want to do that, as far as to force them to drive faster in that regard. And I think it's actually turned out pretty good. So I think I'm ready to do some racing here. I'm gonna get the I've seen enough action on here, so really cool. I guess as far as even if it is placeholder. Now, just to elaborate here, Rachel, are you considering, I guess, as far as to put that amber overlay to this this deal here, or just leave it like that? Just to have it comply, I guess, as far as with the other track infos, I guess, as far as that are with the. Personally, I almost think that this here would look really cool with like that amber overlay, so that it kind of, right now it kind of seems like it's out of place, for lack of a better way to put it. It almost seems like it was forced to fit in there, I guess, as far as to make it comply. Yeah, even just to have the amber overlay as far as that color text, I think that would look really badass. That's just but this logo here, that's pretty cool. Now the fact that they do call it just Watkins Glen International, I guess it's not a raceway or speedway, that it's just Watkins Glen International. So I might have spoken out of context, I guess, as far as what they actually consider the name of this track. Pretty much right there in the logo. You wanted a wrinkled old newspaper look? Yeah, and that's not bad. Yeah, I like that, the fact that it has got that blueprint type of configuration to it, but also to just the way it is. If you were to put that amber, we can actually, see what we can do on stream, I guess, as far as with how to do that. And I'm not telling you how to do it at all. I'm just kind of giving everybody else some insight, I guess, as far as how to create a customized. I mean, it's already customized as it is, just like it is, but just to make it more compliant, I guess, as far as with the whole layout. The fact that you've got a lot of the other track infos, when you look at other tracks, have that amber overlay to it as far as that grid pattern. We have ways, I guess, of being able to do that. I don't think I've got my template out necessarily, I guess, as far as, we're going to get out of this and restart it. I'm going to get my wheel over here for a second, so I'm going to mute the mic for just a momento. So it sounds from what Racer Gems has mentioned, I haven't heard anybody else say anything, that the audio should be coming through pretty decent. So Right. Let's yeah, just give me a second to bring the wheel over, and we'll get into some racing. So give me just a second. Actually, I don't have this music. Let's do this for a second.
I'm dropping the hammer.
Right? Exactly. All right. This is second votes. Alrighty then, I think we're good to go here, folks. Just double checking to see if the tweet for today's stream actually did get out there. I don't know. I guess Twitter was being a little bit wonky today, guys. The tweet didn't go out. Hopefully everybody did get the notification for the stream going live. There's a jackpot. The torch is still hanging out with us here. GG's on the jackpot. Yeah, let's give Torch some GGs for everybody that's hanging out. If you are following the channel, you should have the GG emote in your arsenal. Let's give him some GGs for the jackpot. That is the low end jackpot, but it is a jackpot nonetheless. Yeah, cheers. Let me get my drink on here real quick. Alright, so for those that didn't get the notification on Twitter, I did tweet, I guess as far as preliminarily, I guess as far as last night, I guess as far as doing some testing on the track. We're going to be getting in here right meow, I guess as far as to do some laps here at Watkins Glen. I'm going to get some practice in here, that's for sure, before I get into the race, because I am super duper rusty. And as much as I absolutely loathe road courses, but this is a really fun track to race on. The fact that it is it is correct, it is geometry correct, I guess as far as the race surface, that's makes it all that much more better. So it's like almost like I'm right there, even though I'm not. I know one more thing I want to do. I'm going to adjust this over. Might hear a little bit more clatter. Just give me a moment. Thanks for that. All right. So I got a little bit of, I go back and forth between race setup and, creative mode. So I got to flip everything over. There we go. All right. So, how many laps we want to do on this? We got 5%. Yeah, I think 5 laps would be good. Be it the fact that this is a pretty longer circuit, 2.45 miles. Yeah, we'll keep it at 5. I think that's more than enough. Let's see. Wind in there, so we don't really have any animated objects in here as far as the flags. That's still up to James whether or not he wants to have those, as we've put into Texas, similar fashion. All right, I think we're good to go. So 95%. I'm gonna keep it at 95, just because I'm a noob, and I want to have somewhat of a chance here, right? But judging by what times that they're getting, they are pretty slow. I might find it necessary to bump that up and maybe try it again. They are running like a least the one car I was focused on there was like a 122. I'm able to do a 119, but that's by myself, right? So this is not in a crowd. So I might be able to do about the same as what I'm hoping, at least anyway. So we'll see what happens here. Typically race the Glen pretty fast. Yeah, what type of lap time? Yeah, what type of lap time you got there? So mine's now this is a solo run, minute 19, just under minute 19, which for me is pretty dang good for this track. I know it's way slow, I guess, as far as what the Cup guys use, but like I said, I am not a professional race car driver. So, yeah, let's get some practice. Got some cars already going on the track. This has always been a thing too, because there's such a slope here. I'm not touching anything. I'm not touching anything. We've always had this deal with pretty much every build of Watkins Glen because of how much of a slope there is on this end of the track. I wasn't touching anything up until right now, as far as it just goes downhill on its own. So unless you put your brake on or just get moving, you're already going down the hill. All right, so we got some cars passing me out. Yeah, coming out of the pits. Here goes nothing. I got the easy setup to the car. Just what comes available with the track. Oh goodness. Like I said, I'm a little rusty. I definitely find it necessary to shift and forward, that's for sure. Coming up to the bus stop. Oh god, overshot it. Yeah, I like these runoff areas too, because it doesn't. You got a means, I guess, to be able to get yourself gathered up. I can definitely appreciate that. So we got the blimp out here, even in practice. There's the entrance of the boot. Coming up the chute. And get down to first there for a second, just to kind of get it some RPMs. Little sun in my eyes. Get a lot of momentum on this front straightaway. Oh god, I totally overshot that. Oh my god. This is why I need practice. Yeah, I totally overshot that. It gets very easy to get, go bite off more than you can chew coming down that hill. And get woed up fast enough, I guess, as far as getting it. This is what a lot of the Cup drivers have a problem with too. Let's go ahead and return to pit. We'll try that again. So again, I'm not doing anything. Just rolling out of my pit. It does give you a sense of how much of a slope there is on this track and this end here. It's crazy. You haven't tried this version yet? Oh, it's a definite must, that's for sure. You can already see just how much the actual Cup guys do struggle in turn one. You get so much momentum going down that straightaway. When you're going downhill, you're going even faster. It's just like, whoa, horsey. There we go. I want to get a little bit of traffic around me. Meet coming through. That's William Byron. That's Gordon, actually. That's a fictional. Oh god. We drove it. Gathered up. Getting a little bit of the rumble strip. Oh, pushing. Turn, baby. Probably with a little bit of adjustment to the setup there, I could probably run this a little bit better. This is all just easy setup. It comes with the track. Oh, overshot that just a little bit. A little bit of runoff. A little bit of sun in my eyes coming in the last corner. Alright, let's see if we can not overshoot this corner here this time. Nope. Too late. I gotta do that a little much sooner. Alright, we can get into the wall this time. That's good. These gives you a sense of how that runoff area works. Yeah, we're gonna have to get a lot of practice on that. Okay, we got Gordon. Let's go ahead and let him pass. Cool. Spotter seems to be working really good, I guess, as far as his cues. Like that. Here, I gotta bring this up here. Hold on. Hold on. 1 second. Oh, God. Okay. You don't have the brake markers on turn 1? Yeah, so I'm kind of using other cues that are available. And kind of using that pit wall as far as a guide. So that's what I'm going to do this next lap. See where I need to start to slow down. Get through the carousel. There's the entrance to the boot, which you can't go that way, but it definitely gives you the sense that you can. I wouldn't try going that way. You won't get very far. So through the chute, turn 10. Oh goodness, come on. Turn 11 was what they would consider. Alright, now let's time this right. So I'm going to use Q on the wall, which we don't have a lot to go by. So we got that sign. I can start probably slowing down way before that scoreboard. Yep. Oh. 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 My tires? Yep, I got a flat right front. A little too much braking. Yep, so at least I kind of got an idea at this point as far as where I need to start braking. Way before, I guess, as far as that scoreboard that's next to pit road. Go return. At least I know how that works now. So yeah, I'm going to keep it on my tires here for a second. Obviously wore that right front right out. That heavy braking. I'm definitely very, very rusty. You know, decent amount of library anyway. It gives you some clues, I guess, as far as for, you know, navigating around the track anyway. I feel like fourth gear might be a little too tall. I'd have to tone that one down a little bit. Shorten it up. I like where first gear is at. It gives you helps you to ramp up the RPMs a little bit. Up the short chute. Turn 10. Oop, watch the brakes. A little bit of sun in the eyes. Alright, so well before, so just after start finish line, but well before that sign, I need to start slowing down right about now. That's a little better. A little better, not perfect, but that's definitely better. Coming up the short chute, or the, yeah, bus stop. Markers. And when you got to deal with the traffic too, you got to factor in the traffic that you got around you too, as opposed to running by yourself. Really good place to pass right there, that's for sure. Right here, I know up the short chute. Excuse me, coming through. Overshot it. Like the runoff area, though. Ooh, look at this racing. See ya. Oh man, this track is so racy. Ooh, crap. Missed my mark. Easy. Gotta lean up on him a little bit. See, this is how you can see why those Cup guys have so much trouble through there. You can definitely get yourself in trouble there pretty easily. So even though I'm not a professional, but yeah, I can definitely see why they get in trouble there. It's like, especially when you're racing and trying to get around another car going into that corner, you can get in trouble pretty quick. And I missed my mark, I guess, as far as when I needed to start slowing down because I was focusing so much on the car I wanted to get around going into that corner. It's a lot to balance out. Trying to go really easy on the brakes. You can hear the brakes kind of screeching the tires, but I'm watching my tire wear. That's a really good place to pass those, as I've said, right out of the carousel. Oop, overshot it just a little bit. That's all right. That's all right. Gathered up. Gathered up. The fact you got these runoff areas is really nice. All right, so just past the start finish line. Yep, that's right about where I need to. So as long as I can get on this inside corner, that's where I'm going to be good. Where I get in trouble is when I'm trying to get around another car. All right, so that's pretty cool. Got a pretty good idea of how we need to run this thing. 8 wheels turn better than 4, right? Yeah, the fact that I was racing against, I think it was the 37 there. Yeah, for their second. That's pretty cool. You got that side-by-side action. Kind of felt bad as far as getting into them in at turn 1 because I missed my my mark. What kind of times did I get here? Oh my goodness, I'm way slower. So my best time was minute 20 in a crowd. So yeah, I think this should be pretty decent, I guess, as far as running against with the AI where I have it. Yeah, so these were, yeah, I wouldn't even count it. This is probably my best time here in traffic at minute 20. I am a little bit slower, as is to be expected, I guess, as far as then running by myself. Which is by about a second, a little bit more than a second. Sounds about right. What the hell? We'll try and qualify. Let's run a qualify. So that's where you got the stop at. Let's go ahead and switch this over to that guy. Cool. All right, let's see what kind of lap we can get here on qualifying. There go nothing. It's best, you know, the approach that I've always taken with these roadies, the more you can stay on the curbings, you know, so you got the curbings, use that to your advantage. Get as close to those and hug those as much as possible. In most cases, it's going to help you get through all these corners, all these turns. Just hug these curbings as much as you can. The closer you can stay to these curbings, the better off you'll be. Whoop. Fled the tires a little bit. Oh, crap. Easy. Got it down to neutral there for a second. First lap. Flagger's working. Right? Let's focus on my lap here. Hug those curbings. Gotta really work the throttle too. Whoop. Oh man, I took that just a little too fast. Saved it. Got a little sloppy through here. Always shift right there at that curbing. Please try to. Curving on the right, down that chute. No sun in the eyes this time, so we got a little bit of cloud cover, I guess. And checkered. Winner is minute 18. Holy crap! Damn, that was a lot better than I thought it was gonna be. Yep, and I got the pole. Go figure. Now the fact that keeping in mind too, I do have it at 95%. 95%. So I'm probably not gonna stay up there very long. That's for sure. Nah, I'm gonna stay there. You just ran a 1:16.6. Oh, damn. Was that by yourself? With your race setup. So not with this track in particular, but just at Watkins Glen in general. Yeah. Yeah. So by yourself. So not on this, not on James's track, right? Let's see. Second faster than me. I'm gonna need that setup, bro. Oh, on this track. So you do got the track. Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if you had the same exact track. Yeah, like I said, I'm not a roadie. That's probably my best. I'm just using the easy setup, and that's actually pretty damn good for me. The fact that my previous best lap, yeah, so now it's a 118. It wasn't 119, 123 or whatever. Now it's a 118. That's my all-time best for a roadie. And that's just coming from somebody that just absolutely can't stand road courses. Yep, so they're all coming out for happy hour. Yeah, let's go ahead and get some happy hour. So the fact that I got the pole, I'm definitely not going to stay there, that's for sure. I know I'm going to get ran over. Guarantee it.
All clear, go hard.
We'll go out here and get some happy hour. Throw the car down here a little bit. It's regardless of my lack of love for road courses here, this is not a bad track to run on. A lot of good visuals to be able to use, I guess, as far as to navigate yourself around the track, to include the curbings. I always like to use the curbings as a way to, hug those and make my way around a corner on any road course. And if I run off there a little bit, it's okay. And I like to shift right about here on the short chute. Get her woed up. Oh, we get to pass Chase. Later, Chase. Slow poke. Okay, I gotta watch my mark. Oop. Oop. Overshot it. Missed my mark just a little bit. Up the hill. Love these elevation changes too. I kind of always have with between this one and Sonoma. For as much as I hate road courses, the elevation changes are pretty wild. Trying to force it down back to the curb. And shift. Hook that curbing. Track is definitely super duper racy. I can give it that. Yeah, 1:18 is about my best time here. Oh, gonna lean on the 60s. Oh, crap. Sorry, dude. Yep. There's gonna be a lot of that during the race. I can see how it happens, I guess, as far as in reality, too. You get so much momentum coming down that hill in a turn one. you don't know what to do with it. You gotta do something with it. Sometimes it means getting into another car. It's not intentional in a lot of cases. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Too much steering input there. Yeah, keeping it in second gear I think is better than chipping it out in first gear. Which cloud's that? I was paying attention to the blimp. The blimp is it's hanging pretty low. Yeah, the clouds are actually pretty cool too now you mention it. Minute 20, so I'm getting slower. Oh my god, I totally bombed that. Yep, totally bombed it. Turn. Oh no, I hit the wall. Dang it. I went in there way too hot. What did I do to my tires? Oh, killed that right front. Ouch. Yeah, I gotta be careful with that. Killed the right front. Another good place to pass right here, actually. Going between here and in the carousel. Oh god, no, we're in the grass. Hold on to it. Hold on to it. Oh god. Yeah, that blimp seems awful low. See if I can catch these guys again. And you can really get off on that corner there too. From the middle off, that last corner. It's here that it gets me. I start slowing down. Slow down, slow down. Yeah, that's better. That's better. There we go. Better, much better corner. Didn't get him spun out at least. Kind of bumped him out of my way though. That's the way you want to do it if you can. If when all possible. Kind of saving that right front too. We're not going too bad on it anymore. Did chew it up quite a bit though. So about 118, low 118s is best for me. Oh god. Run it off, run it off. There we go. Look at all the traffic here. Ooh, hold on to it. Oh! Get moving there, you jeez, oh Pete. Slow poke. Good corner, good corner. Oh crap! Curbing got the better of me right there. Woo! Yeah, I gotta watch that curbing. That curbing bites. Oh, this is gonna be. This is. This is gonna be crazy. Yeah, definitely not supposed to be racing in grass. Gotta watch those curbs though. Those curbs do bite a little bit. Torch mentioned he does have Sonoma LiDAR. That's up to Racer James. I am not at all interested, I guess, as far as building a road course. But this track, it's a handful. I'll have to admit. And almost paint the textures from Point Cloud for Sonoma. Yeah, again, that's not something that I would be interested in, but for anybody else, have at it. From what I can see here, from where it came from, I guess as far as just the track geometry, we watched that video earlier. Pretty cool where it's come to. Get a little bit of a race action here in TV1, where I just completely bombed turn one here. I started out good. Got into the curbing and whoop, just whoop-de-doo. Yep. You gotta watch that curbing. You almost gotta hit it square. So if you transverse it, I guess as far as a little bit sideways, you're gonna end up sideways. I guess that's to be expected. Alright, we do have the pole on this event coming up here. Probably not gonna stay there, but you can see my best time right then as far as was a high 118, but my overall single run, I guess as far as by myself, a little bit less than that. So I think we're kind of all over the place. Torch has been able to do 116. Racer James is a 117 and I'm a 118. But I absolutely cannot stand road courses. I want to make that abundantly clear. So the fact that I'm even able to get that, with that fact even known, I guess that's pretty damn good. Okay. Whew. I'm just like psyching myself out for this as far as to run this year. It's only 5 laps. It's only 5 laps. It's going to be a very quick run here. I'm just kind of letting the session run out. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. You got to go, but I'm going to stay low. All right, Torch. Appreciate you stopping in and humoring us, I guess, as far as with what you can accomplish here. Someone will have to show me a PTF worth driving before I would consider doing a Sonoma build. Oh, so you're considering this as far as somebody else to start the build? I know what you've done with this one here. I know it's, you know, like you said already, as far as you started on in 2012 and then went back to it to 16. So it's been kind of a, you know, hiatus, I guess, as far as there. So 2012, 16, and now getting back to it about over a decade later, I guess, as far as from when you initially started it. It's, I mean, the track is raceable. I'll give it that. Absolutely. About the only thing I see that it's missing that it could really use is they have those, at least I think they still have those track condition lights. And they're solar powered, what they used to be from what I remember. That's really about the only thing as far as to make it 100% raceable. You got the flagger in there. That's huge, obviously. Yeah, other than those track condition lights. The fact that I've seen some track builds, 400 2003, have what can be considered a local caution. So like when a car spins out in an area that's kind of remote to the rest of the field, it's not going to bring on a full course caution. But really, to be able to do that effectively, you almost have to have a hosted event and then just control the caution flags. You know, turn the yellows off and just invoke those, I guess, manually. We all know how brutal it is as far as when we get a caution. I'll probably actually turn cautions off. I don't know if I did. I don't think I did. I do have yellow flags, so if we do a caution does come out, it's going to end under caution because it's going to be full course. Should have thought about that before I went in there. We'll try this with this way. Go that way for now. All right, one final drink. James just said you're set up later. So obviously Torch has got a pretty solid setup. Yeah, and keeping in mind too, I'm also just using the easy setup that comes with the track, and just to kind of give insight. That's all I'm using. So whatever is available in the track is what I'm using. Yeah, so that probably does have some bearing on how terribly or well I'm driving. If I were to tweak on it, I could probably get a better time. I know I had a really decent setup, I feel, as far as really stable and pretty fast setup, I guess, as far as back in the day. We're talking all the way back to well before anybody even gave it a second thought to build a, you know, a new version of Watkins Glen. What about the bug? What bug? Starting grid needs adjusted. Oh, is that what the case was? Didn't even notice that. I'll be perfectly honest. Starting grid is not proper. You've got them. Oh, let's check this out. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, I see what you mean. So yeah, I already got damaged for being into the wall. So obviously that's something that still needs to be adjusted. I didn't even notice that until you just said that.
Might be blowing up.
Okay, so we still got work to do on the pace car. So let me do this. I'm gonna do this so I can restart the session, and we can actually have it to where it's not a full face lap. Yeah, and I also want to turn off caution flags anyway, so probably not a terrible thing. So the fact that a full pace lap, I'd imagine that starting grid would need to be adjusted probably. That's probably all it is. So let's turn off yellow flags, number one, and we're going to turn off full pace lap. And what this should do is hopefully, unless you got both starting grids the same, and that may not be. All right, we're going to see what happens here. And if nothing else, we could always probably. So it looks like if nothing else, we just need to adjust it laterally as far as on the DLAT. From what I could see where it was, and we might be able to do that just as a quick fix, I guess, as far as on stream here. So that's probably not too bad. It won't be like perfectly where it needs to be, but you can adjust that as well. All right, so let's see. Yeah, you always do quick start. Which one is that anyway? So all I did was just turn this off. I don't even know. Usually I'll do either full or non-full. I guess it's just this would be considered a quick start, I guess. So not the you can't do rolling starts. It's always a standing start in this sim. So let's see what this does. If I turn that off, I'll just go right to race. I don't really want to start from the front, I'll be honest, because I know I'm going to get ran over. I'd rather just start from the back. Also, just to kind of bench test, I guess, as far as what the frame rates are at, even with this limited amount of detail to it. We'll see what's going on with it anyway. Let's go to race. Yep, so we're going to be starting from the back this time. No cautions. There we go. So this is the non-full pace lap. So we at least can use it this way. So if you want to call it, you know, a quick start or whatever, this is the non-full pace lap. So obviously there's still some adjustment need to be done to full pace lap. I always try to do full pace lap. But obviously you can see that needs to be adjusted. So we'll do it this way just for the sake of the stream. Yeah, so we'll start from the back here. So we're getting pretty decent frames even back here. I feel with this mod, it has a lot of detail in itself, and the fact that this is a much bigger track. We're talking almost twice as big, twice in size as far as Texas that we have been testing previously. So the fact that we're getting, you know, upper 40s, low 50s to mid 60s, depending on, you know, where I am in the field, that's pretty dang on good in my opinion. And I got my settings set to pretty much medium, so they're not extreme or anything like that. It's going to be a slow start here, I imagine, because I got it at 95%. I'm giving a lot of room to start here, so we're not going to go balls out. We're not trying to win it in the first lap, although it would be nice. Yeah, I can definitely probably bump this up to more than 100%. Just to kind of give it, you get it moving a little bit, but it gives you somewhat of an idea too, as far as where you set, where it's at, the track is at anyway. As far as where you can eventually set this at, as far as the opponent strength, I could probably bump this up a little bit, probably. Typically, I tend to keep it at 95 because most of them they kick my rear end. Man, look at this pile up here in the bus stop. Oh goodness. Man, those curbings are dangerous. You gotta be careful with those. They got a lot of attitude to them. I mean, you can definitely collect yourself, that's for sure. But you gotta be careful not to. You gotta transverse them, I guess, as far as properly. If you don't, it can get you into trouble. Alright, I'm just going to run my race here for now. I feel like I can definitely catch these guys because of the opponent's strength that I got to him. I don't want to run over them either. Okay, slow down. Oh yeah, that's much better. Much better. Much better. Yes, I'm getting a little bit of practice here. I can get better at this corner. little bit of a traffic jam here.
Bumper. Clear. Side. Outside.
Oop. See?
Clear. Outside.
I want to run over these guys.
Clear. Outside. Clear.
Feels like an actual race here now. Oh, crap. Got a little bit out wide there. In the grass.
Clear low behind him. Outside. Enter bumper.
Trying to remove the temptation to overdrive it, that's for sure.
Clear. Outside. Clear up behind him if you want. Inside. Clear. One inside, entry door. 120. 1.8.
Easy, easy.
7. 5. Stay up top.
Yeah, I like the spotter. The spotter's actually cueing it in there pretty nicely. As far as the left and right, top, bottom. It's giving me a lot of, as far as where I need to be and where I don't need to be.
Side. Stay up top. Clear.
Oh. You're getting wide in this carousel. Get a lot of momentum coming out of that carousel coming down the chute.
On the outside over there. Clear up behind him if you want it.
I want to stay on the inside. There we go.
Inside.
I don't want to be on the outside when I'm going to this corner, that's for sure.
Still there. Still there. Clear. 1:20.2. 4.
Don't run them over. Okay.
1 inside, entry door.
Don't be that guy.
1 inside.
Once we get out of that corner, we can definitely go balls out.
Leave room down there. Clear low behind him. On the outside.
Oh god, oh god, oh god. Hold on to it.
Clear.
Ooh, get out of shape there.
1 inside, entry door.
Oh,
Stay up
oh,
top.
oh, oh, oh,
On the
oh, oh,
outside
oh.
over there.
No caution, no caution.
Outside. Clear low behind
That would have probably brought a caution out, actually.
Across the bottom. You got a ready. Down the back stretch.
That would have probably brought a caution out. I didn't turn the cautions off.
The interlude.
And the last lap. I only had it on 5 laps, so.
Here, down the back stretch.
Give me my spot back.
Outside over there. Clear up behind him if you want it.
We did pretty good, I guess, as far as we're starting all the way from the back. For me, it is anyway.
One flag, one to go to the line. 1:23.2. 7. 9.
Let it drift out if you need to, yep.
Clear.
Trying not to slide the tires too much. Oh, on the inside.
Inside. Stay up top.
I guess I'm on top when I'm down there. I guess I just noticed that.
Stay up top. Clear low behind him.
Oh, I guess I'm on top when I'm down there. I guess I would have considered that on inside. Ooh.
Outside.
So that's the outside. Okay.
Clear up behind him if you want it. On the outside over there. Clear up behind him if you want it.
How many more spots can we get in this last corner? Probably not a lot. Probably maybe one. There's one. And... oh, we got two right at this finish line.
Gotta be consistent here. Yeah, we gotta get a little bit better tempo, man. We'll figure it out.
Woo! Man, that was pretty fun, actually.
Appreciate everybody working hard.
Getting that little bit of practice there, especially just trying to figure out turn one.
Good job. Appreciate
Holy
you working
crap.
hard.
Whew. That was a workout, I ain't gonna lie. Alright, let's go ahead and get out of the car. And we'll at least check out the replay. I think I got a couple of spots there. Where did I actually finish? 18th, starting all the way from the back. Alright, let's check out all the laps now. Well, first lap. Man, that was a gaggle there. That's a little bit rough there, and I think having it at the 95%. I think if I would have put it, you know, even higher, slightly higher, like maybe 101, might have spread them out a little bit more. For the most part, though, they're actually pretty racy. They don't run over you. They don't run into each other. It's definitely good. I did get into one of them, I guess, going through the bus stop or that inner loop, but that was totally all driver error. Pretty cool stuff. Ooh, yeah, look at it. Man, the brakes. I don't know where my, I got a little curb shot. Ooh, yeah, that curb definitely bit me there. Trying to gather it up. Yeah, I think it's all in how you transverse those curbings there. So the fact that I actually did get caught back up to the field here after getting a little bit sideways. Let's turn that off. We don't need that. Oh wow! I didn't even never notice that before. The backfire that comes out the sides of the cars on this mod. That's freaking cool. I didn't realize they had it on both sides. For the longest time there, they only had it on the one side. Coming all on the one side. That's pretty wicked. To hear a road course, cynically you say positive things. Yeah, I mean, and again, you know, I still don't like road courses. I'll be perfectly honest. But when it comes to when the track is built properly, I guess as far as it makes it a little bit more fun. And when the AI respond, I get, oh wow, get that curb shot in there. Look at them all getting a curb shot. That's pretty cool. Not really a whole heck of a lot of adjustment, I feel, to the AI. I think there's enough adjustability. You know, like I said, the fact that I've got it at 95%, I feel like I could probably bump them up just a little bit just to have them be a little bit more racy. Yes, we got side by side there with the 96. Look at how racy it gets here in this last corner. I mean, all over the track, but I mean, especially that last corner. Yep, I was really... oh, man, see, I was getting too much into the brake there. See me sliding that right front tire. You gotta definitely be careful with that, as I've already shown or whatever. You lay into the brake, I guess, as far as too hard going down that slope into turn one. You'll kill that right front. At least with the setup I got. You know how racy gets to doing. That's on the chute. No, that's on the backstretch. There's the inner loop, the bus stop. Curb shot. Another curb shot. Yeah, let's go. Look how racy this is. Side by side. That's a fictional car there, obviously. Digging that backfire. Yeah, you never really gotten a chance to get to see the backfire, I guess, as far as this perspective. Really good camera angles on this TV1s for sure. A little bit of clipping on this part here. Probably change the zoom just a touch in that position. I think that would be better. You get a little bit of clipping because it's a little bit too far into the cars, but very minimal adjustment there. Oh, look at it side by side with this car. Getting into turn 1. Woo, sliding the tires there a little bit. Yeah, I know that the sound's definitely for me too. And you know, when the camera first comes into view, and even like there, it does get really low. So if you're not able to hear audios, that's... Oh, yeah, that's where I got into that guy and got him spun out. Oh, and he got clobbered. Oh! Oh, that's nasty. Oh, we gotta take a look at that. I started all that mess. Back this up here for a second. I started all that mess. Let's put it in TV2. I started all that. Oh, we got into the 47. He got sideways. That made the 86 go sideways. Trying to miss it. Go back this way. The 47 gets clobbered. Nope, that was the 86. Man, they all got messed up here. Hold on. Ouch. I started all that. 28 was trying to gather it up. He's like, oh, I'll go this way. Nope, that ain't gonna work. Wow. Yeah, so if I would have had cautions on, that would have definitely caused a caution. See, they're all figuring it out, though, I guess, as far as they're all running into each other, but they're getting back going. And that's always sometimes hard to get resolved, too, I guess, as far as when it comes to AI. Sometimes they tend to crash, and they'll just sit there and be like, you know, they don't know what to do. So that's a huge plus, I guess, as far as the way the AI respond, I guess, as far as the crashes. Let's follow Fred here for a bit. Yeah, so he's gotten back going. Yeah, so there's the tunnel. That's one of the tunnels anyway that's in the track. We've already shown that in Sandbox, how that works. Really nice touch. Let's see, no idea if that actually does anything in game, but it helps muscle memory if nothing else. I forgot what I was talking about there when you said that. So I was focusing on here. So if Fred actually came up in here and get, yep, he parked it. I'm done. Like, I'm done. Enough of that. I feel you, Fred. Let's go back there. Yeah, so we're keeping all the fenders on the car there, too. I think the only thing we're abusing a little too much would maybe be the tires. Side by side here with the 91. Previous. Yeah, whatever I was talking about. I forgot what I was talking about. Come on, scroll. One tip I have been using from watching foot cams. Alright, well, oh, I two-step it. That's probably something I two-step it. I'm not using just one foot. Yeah, I'm definitely two-stepping. So I got right foot on the gas and left foot on the brake. And in some cases, I'll just use the clutch just to kind of clutch it out, just so, because I'll stay in the gas, I'll just clutch it, and then just so especially down turn 1, that's what I was finding myself doing at the very end of it here. So like right there, not as much brake. I use more clutch than anything. That was at the very end there. Yep. Yeah. So the fact that we came from dead last to mid pack, that's pretty daggone reasonable for me. That was fun. All right, so yeah, so maybe just a few other minor tweaks, like to the full race deal. I've already mentioned about the blimp, the one camera angle, I guess, as far as in TV2. Spectator definitely does need some work, but yeah, I'm gonna get into see what we can fix in some of these things. So for like the starting grid and stuff like that, and also the track info deal, as far as to add that amber to it, just to kind of give people some insight, I guess, as far as how you can adjust these types of things if you so care to want to. So if you're either creating your own deal yourself, I think we can still maintain a lot of the integrity of this original image, just add that little bit of amber to it. Maybe not necessarily the grid pattern that we see on a lot of the track info, but just that amber, so that it kind of blends. I do like it the way it is. Don't absolutely get me wrong. I like this option to it, but I think it could look a little bit better so that it kind of like it was meant to be there, I guess, as far as what they remember. But anyway, we'll get out of this. Oh, you still need to probably still update the track win. Obviously, it's got an old track win scene. So we got Kyle Larson. Looks like he actually won this deal. Need to get back down here. I'll let that play through. Get your horns out. That's what I'm talking about. You got the cross fingers too. Get all the fingers out there. Yeah, so don't mind that the fact that the track windscreen is still representing, I guess, as far as the Nextel. Obviously, they haven't been in the scene for quite some time. That's still something else to be. I like the one that Torch had done with the track windscreen for Texas. That's pretty premium. That's pretty premium, I have to admit. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and switch this over here. Give me a second. Get the wheel off here, and we'll do a little bit more adjustments, I guess, as far as on our end, and not at all trying to tell Racer James as far as what to do, but if anything, it would give you some insight if you're looking to want to create these things, I guess, as far as for your own track build, or if you just want to adjust some of these things for some of the tracks that are already out there, you can feel free to do that. So, but how do we go about doing that? So give me just a second. I'm going to move things over, and I'll be back in just a second. Alright, I don't think that was too painful. Actually, I forgot to turn this back. There we go. Let's get some more background music. This should work. Oh, we missed it by one emo. So we've only had one jackpot today so far. And I almost feel like... Here, let me do this and get rid of that. I almost feel like y'all been... super great, I guess, as far as with being good sports, I guess, as far as not a lot creative wise, I guess, that we got to see, other than just to showcase, I guess, as far as what we've got going on here. So just need to work out the details, I guess, as far as what everybody's gonna be working on. And you know, Racer James has mentioned we'll probably do some more work and all that, I guess, on the clubhouse, Glen Clubhouse. So if that's what it ends up, we end up doing here for the next couple of streams here, then that's what we'll do. We're definitely going to leave that up to Racer James, I guess, as far as to clarify that. Let's see here. Yeah, so the fact that the Twitch chat is always different than the bot, the way it shows the emotes, it's crazy. But this is what I wanted to do for everybody that has been such a fantastic sport. What's going on here? So let's get everybody a couple hundred units of fluids, I guess, as far as for that. I know the bot's been kind of stingy, I guess, as far as we only had the one jackpot so far. So I feel that's the least I could do. Alrighty then. So yeah, let's get right back in. So we got lacrosse still open here. I'm gonna close this one up. And I'm going to reopen up Watkins Glen. Not really much that we need to do in the track for Watkins Glen sandbox-wise, but definitely outside of sandbox. So, let's take a look here. Let's go ahead and open this guy up. Excuse me? Hold on. Alright, let's go ahead and... Yeah, it might be because when I tried to open up lacrosse, let's go ahead and close sandbox. So, it's a very temperamental program, so it's understandable. I already had the track open, so it's... I know it works. Let's go this way. Oh, you know what? Hold on. What did I do here? Oh, this is the... my bad. I'm opening the wrong PTF. That is the one that's in the... never mind. My fault. It's totally my fault. I'm not in the edit folder, that's why. Alright. We need to go to the edit folder. That's what we need. Right here. Yep. There we go. So I have separate folders. This is the way I always like to do it. I guess as far as to have it separate from what goes into the game itself and then what's in sandbox edit folder. I don't have all the files that belong to the track. You know, the LPs and the track INI. You don't need all that stuff for the open it up in sandbox. So I always like to keep those separate. Call me weird, but that's what I like to do. And then as I'm editing things, I'll take the stuff from the edit folder, put it in as necessary to that game track directory folder. And this way I can keep an eye on so I'm not missing, you know, so if something needs to come out, I'll pull it out. And if something needs to go in, I put it in. So on and so forth. It kind of disciplines me in that fashion. Okay. Alright, so that was already showing the track shot. I think that's pretty cool. What we are going to take a look at is that track info, which is this guy. So we're going to open this up in WinMip 2. And I already got it set to be able to open with that by default. May still need to navigate to it. Yep, that's okay. Still going to be within James's track build directory. So go to this guy, that guy, and the track win obviously still needs to be done too. This is the old track shot, going all the way back to probably 2012, 16, whatever. Yeah, so that's what was previously there prior to the one I already showed you. That's kind of give you an idea of how it's evolved from when this track build started. But we need this guy. So this one right here has a TI, right? And then most of these SDPs for the track info will have that. We're going to maintain it. We're not doing anything with that. All we want to do is be able to take this part of it here and give it that amber color. So what I'm going to do, and this is going to create a TI image and a parent image, which this is the parent image. Make a bitmap. Keep that on type 5. Don't change that. Save that and put it right in our track edit directory. Yep. And then what I'm also going to do, since I don't have my template out, I didn't really plan on doing this, but one way you can find out what color, you know, the amber color that is, find one that has it in it. So I know the Texas track does. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and navigate to Torches folder. We'll go from there. So go desktop, go to Torches folder. Yep, for right now. Go to his Texas build and edit folder here, and it should have also a track info. Oh, actually, he's got that outside the track. Okay, hold on. No problem. So we go down here to his game track folder. That should be in here. This is just prior to, this folder here is just prior to him putting it into a DAT file. So here's his track info right here. So we can take this same color off of this one. I'll put this one on the desktop. We want to get that color. Maybe not necessarily that grid pattern, which I do have a template for that. But just that color. Right. So we'll switch this over to bitmap. Leave that type 5. And we're going to save this one instead. I don't want to overwrite what I already got in this folder, right? So I'm going to go to desktop. Just put that out there. That way I'll have it, keep them both separate. Because they both got the same name, but they're specific to that track. They still have the same name in comparison to both, each individual track. So close that. Now I'm going to open up this guy in my favorite program of choice, which is PaintShop Pro 7. So we got this guy. And then I'll open up the Texas one, which is right Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Right here. Right here. So all we want this one for is just to get that amber color. Right? So in particular, let's grab this color. Dye dropper. There we got the color in our swath. Now we can take this one here, apply a layer to it. So actually I'm going to convert this to a layer. Add another layer. Right? And then let's got another layer on top of this one. Let's flood fill that. Going to give us that effect. Change this to overlay. Now you can get the idea of the direction I was thinking. So you can play around with this to see what looks the best. So I don't think it looks too bad. You can see how that gives it that amber effect, and it has the same effect as this guy. Right? So we can probably play around a little bit with getting some of the whiteness out of it, so it'll still maintain the integrity of that blueprint or newspaper type effect to it, but also add that amber effect like most of the other track infos do, right? So let's just see what else we can do with this. Let's yeah, I like that it did it even on the bottom edge of that too. Yep. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so the fact that this track has so many different elevation changes and banking changes, it doesn't really need, I guess, as far as that, like the Texas track does. I like what Torch did here, though. He did 20 degrees on the turns 1 and 2. And there's info that actually shows up in here. Right? So there's info that shows up in between here. So turn 1 is 20 degrees. Turns 3 and 4 is 24 degrees. So you have to keep that in mind, that there is information that actually shows up in between here on this bottom half. Same as it would here. Let's see here. What else can we do with this? I think what I want to do, go into this layer. I'm going to pull this guy out right here. Copy that. Paste that into a new image. And I want to play with this a little bit by itself. Okay. So yeah, we'll leave that like it is for now. Let's do another layer on this. We already know what the effect is if we add another layer to this and flood fill it and make it an overlay. So we know what that does. What I was thinking is taking this and do it a negative image. Oh baby, I like that. See, look at the comparison between this one and that one. That's pretty slick. That's just me. But the fact that it actually outlines the actual track, but you can still see all that effect to that newspaper look, I guess, as far as that. So if I was to take this, flatten that down, I'm digging that. All right, so let's do this. We'll turn this above that, like so. Actually, I need to do this. Oh, there we go. Toasty. What's a toasty? Is that a good or bad thing there, Racer James? You tell me. Let's get this lined up right like so. There we go. So just like that, you can change that look of that track info. I'm kind of digging that, actually. I don't know about you. You like the darker one instead of as opposed to the lighter one? Yeah, that looks pretty badass. Now, if you were to even go so far and add the logo to it, to have your laser scan like off of here and there, or put it, I would almost put it like right over here, either there or down here. The Watkins Glen Glover with that laser scan, just like all the track logos in the center. That would look even more badass. So again, that's just with a few clicks there, you can make your track shot, your track info, I should say, particular, look pretty snazzy. So that's just for that. The other thing I wanted to go over, I'm going to leave that open here just for a second. Consider it done. Well, there you go. If you want, you know, this one here, I can send it to you, and then you can just add to it. The only thing that I would suggest, as far as if you were to add that, is to actually apply some of that amber color to the logo. It just adds to it. Otherwise, it tends to step out, and it's like too far and up in your face type of thing. So, with that being said, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's go here, and we should have the track logo right here. We're gonna open this guy up. Same thing as the track info, and we'll take the here. Look at this real quick. So let's go into where's James's folder right there. Watkins Glen. Edit folder. That. Oh, why did it change that to? Hold on. We'll be doing that. Keep it on medium. There we go. And we need to open this guy. Oh shoot. Huh? The heck's going on with that? Why you don't want to open? Okay, let me try something else here. That's odd. Let's try this one here. So it was saying N4. Let's put it on this. Is that SDP that old? Has that been borrowed? Oh, see if we can open it this way. So all I did was just change the icon to NASCAR Racing 4. If that opens it. It does not. That's strange. We did obviously see it applied there. Alright, let me try something else here. Why you don't want to open? Let's try. Let's try this one just out of curiosity. Oh, it doesn't even want to recognize STPs with that one. Okay. No STPs, just MIPS. Okay. That one don't work. Interesting. Let's try the enter 2002. Okay, why does it not want to open this? Logo. I'll be damned. So that logo, for some reason, I'm not able to open that one. What I was going to get was just the Watkins Glen's logo there. All I was going to show is as far as how you would apply that to the track info. If nothing else, what I can do, let's try this. We'll go one step further. Let's go like this. Look up a Watkins Glen logo. I don't know why that don't open. That track logo might be just that old, I guess. Watkins Glen, so the Watkins Glen logo. Okay, so we know what's Watkins Glen International, and I'm gonna see. Actually, I'm gonna look for transparent. Do transparent in particular. Watkins Glen International logo. Images. They should have an option in here for transparent, hopefully. How does this one look? That might be good. Try that. Let's do save image as. Put that right on our desktop. And we'll open that bad boy up. Alright, let's see here. Some of these logos that you get off the net anymore, they seem to have. Nope, this one's really good. This one's a really nice one, actually. Still biting. So what I want to do. How big is this? That's a pretty big boy. Alright, let's do this. We're gonna do image, resize. Let's bring it down to 230. 83. Yeah. Got this. So we're gonna do view. Normal view. Cool. And then what I want to do is take this. Paste this as a new layer. Oh, a little big. Okay. Give me an idea anyway. So let's do this. I might put a little bit of a glow on that. Go like this. Let's do image resize. Actually, keep it at that. Could have kept it that way. So that's going to be a good starter. I'm going to go a little bit bigger than that. 30, so let's go 300 by 100. So I can add a little bit of a glow to it. Yeah, 300 by 100. Oh crap. I want to make this a little bit bigger. New image, like so. Cool. Now I'll take this. Copy that. Paste as a new layer into here. Now I can add a little bit of a, oh, hold on. Go into background. I'm gonna fill this in here just to give me some contrast here. In fact, what I might do is do magenta. Yeah, just to give me a little bit of contrast. Now I can go into this layer. I want to add like a little bit of a white glow to that. Not real drastic, but just something real subtle. So we'll go into this layer. And looks like I got it. Yeah, something like that. Let's just play with this a little bit. Let's go glow. That's on a 6. Let's put this on like a 3. And we'll do it as fat. Yeah, something just like that. Actually, which color did I have that on? That's just white? Yeah, it was pure white. Alright, cool. Now I can do this like that and also do it again right over top of it. It gives me that effect. Alright, let's try it this way. So I'm going to take that. Copy that. Paste this. I already created that layer. Put that in there, so it's still there. All I gotta do is do paste its new selection. Like so. Now I can take my deform. Like so. Don't want to deform it too badly. I want to keep some of the original stuff that we're just be able to fit it right up in here. So you can either do it down up here or down here. I think either place would look really good. It might even look pretty cool to put it underneath the boot. I think either way it would look pretty good. Put it right there. Well, actually, that doesn't look too bad. It's pretty snazzy. So, what I was thinking what might need to happen, you could probably clean that up as far as to sharpen it. I didn't really sharpen it. Let's actually do this. So we can pull this out now. Copy and paste this as an image. Now that we got it in that size, and then actually go effect sharpen. See what this does. So do copy that. Paste it into this. It might be a little bit clearer. Let's put it down here. So either up there or down there. That looked pretty funky. Alright, so actually I think what you could probably do without adding the amber to it is just change it to, nope, not screen, probably, nope, overlay, nope, that's a little too bright. So you could probably use this as a layer for that. So in other words, you could probably do it like this. Take that same layer, duplicate that. Yeah, I got an idea. So let's duplicate that. Alright, and then make this layer a screen. And then tone that down. That'll give you somewhat of an amber effect to it. Something like that. That could work too. So, kind of gives you an idea of where it would look the best. So, putting it in 1-to-1. That's the normal view right there. Looks pretty damn good to me. Just that little fetal clicks there. Interesting, me be right back. Anyway, I'm gonna leave that up there. So yeah, that's just a little bit of adjustment we can make to that anyway. Just finding a Watkins Glen logo on the net pretty quickly. Yeah, so either way. So I've got this just in, rename this one. This will be layer 5. I'm gonna make this one layer 5. There we go. So we can actually see how that progresses there. Got that way or this way. And you can take the amber off of that too. And that's just the. So there's your layered template for that. Kind of play around with that and see what looks best. Kind of one thing I do like about layered templates like that. You can kind of play around and see what looks the best there. So in comparison to Torch's track info. Nate. Now you could probably even get even more creative as far as if you wanted to put more effect on the track itself. You can get real fancy with this. Let's see here. So if we took this, yeah, actually this guy. Oh crap, that's not what I want to do. We can take this guy, zoom in on this. You can actually do magic wand. Oh, actually change the tolerance on here. Let's try about, I don't know, 30? Maybe a little bit higher than 30. How high do we need to go? A little bit higher. I didn't think I was going to have to go quite that high. Oh, that's too much. Tone her down a little bit. Nuts. I was hoping maybe just to get just the track. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. Okay. That's pretty close to what I wanted, so it's... Oh, crap. Oh, goodness. I get all kinds of different... there we go. So we want to take that, copy that. Paste that as a new image. There we go. Kinda like that. Now I can probably clean this up a little bit. And clean out these areas that I don't want. Let's get my eraser out. Yeah, let's get the old eraser out. Take out all this stuff. We want just the track. And maybe the pit road. Oh, shoot. Erasing some of the track. Son of a gun. And maybe not quite that big on the eraser. Smaller. Erasing some of the track there. I don't want to do that. Got a little carried away. So we don't need that area. Now another thing I can do is actually do it like this. Got a pretty big area here. Just chunk it out that way too. I can also do a point to point. Get out the areas that I don't need. Might work too. I can go back and forth between all these nifty little tools here. Let's tone that down. That should work. Now that's the one runoff area for the track. I just want to focus just on the track. Took a little bit more off than I wanted to there. There we go. That's pretty decent. We could probably take the grandstands out. Probably don't need that part. Chunk that out. There we go. So I want just the track. Alright, so now what I can do is take this, copy that, another new layer into, let's do it from this one here. I'll make this a layer. And paste this as a new layer. There we go. Should put that pretty much in place. I have to fudge it in there a little bit. There we go. Get that lined up. There we go. So we got that over top of that. Now what we can do is actually play with this. Make it brighter. You can probably even add some glow to it. Let's actually try different ones here. Let's do a burn. We like that. Difference. No. I'm thinking more of the screen and then actually add a glow to it. And actually add, welcome back. I'm just playing around with what else we can do with this track info. So if you wanted to highlight this, the track surface itself, you could do that. I'm just playing around with that. Yeah, let me grab the eyedropper. Like that. I'm gonna actually turn this back to overlay, and then we'll do this. We'll go ahead. I'm gonna take this color value, go into my effects, go to glow. I'm still in that same layer here, so you can see this the only layer that I'm affecting here. So I'm gonna go medium, change the color to what I just pasted, copied there, paste that, and I'm gonna add this as a glow. Actually, we can go a little bit bigger on that. Try that again. So I backed it up. Let's go to fat. Change this to a let's go 10. So we can do something like that. This is kind of give more highlight, I guess, as far as to the actual track, as opposed to the surrounding areas. You can see how that works. So we can go effect, glow. Let's put it back to medium, and let's go a little bit higher on this. Whoa, that's a little too much. Okay, a little too extreme there. All right. Actually, I'll go forward on this. Nope. Wait, what happened to my wait a minute. Put this back to overlay. There we go. Where I want it. And then we go effects, glow. Let's not go quite so high now. Let's go like a 12. Something like that. Kind of get the idea. Kind of add like a neon effect as far as to the overall track. What's going on there, little TJ? Too much? What do you think about this one here, Racer James? So in comparison to what we already have, that a little bit more of a highlight to it. We can also tone this down. Let's move this over. We can also tone this down and change the intensity of it. We could probably even go so far as to duplicate this layer, make it even brighter, and then adjust that accordingly. Oh man, I'm really liking how that looks. It really stands out. Oh, look at that. So you can get a lot of different effects here, I guess, as far as depending on what intensity you use. That's fancy. Change the color to the blue from the track shot. Oh, just so you want the track surface to be blue? Okay. From the track shot. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I think I get what you mean. Hold on. Let me see. Track shot. So let's open up the track shot here real quick. Open with. I had a little bit of problem opening up the logo for some reason, but hopefully the track shot will open. Actually, I already had it open. What am I talking about? I was already showing you. Good grief. Alright, hold on. Hold on. So I'm just gonna get to it. So we got track shot is right. That's the logo. What did I do with it? Track info. Here it is. You're talking about like this. Okay, I got you. I think we can do something with that. So we want to make that blue instead of the amber. I think we can do that. We can do something with that. Let's see here. So if we go with this color blue. Let's see. Let me grab. I'll have to play with this a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna need to play with this a little bit, but I think I can get it. Let's try this. Now, if we go... Okay, let me go all the way back here. I'm gonna take this out. Where's my... here it is. I need to change this right here is what I want to change. So let's go to... what is this color? Grab that color code. Alright, and then we're gonna go... colors. Ooh, I like that color blue. Interesting. Yeah, let me see what I can do with this one here. I can always tone this down. Yeah, let me try something with this one here. And on that. We got that one. I'll turn that one off for now. This is a new layer. There we go. Let's see how we line up here. A little bit off. Okay. There we go. Now, if I change this to an overlay. Okay, let's try screen. Yeah, so if we add some glow to it, we're still going to have the amber underneath it. So let's actually add, let's duplicate it. There we go, we're getting closer. Okay, now to this one, we'll go ahead and add an effect. Glow. Let's actually make this, hold on, I need that color code. Need that color code. Oh, get out of there. Okay, so I need this color code. Let's do eyedropper. Second here. Eyedropper. We need this color. Get that color code. And we'll go into our effects on this one. Glow. Change that color. What we just copied. Paste. Ooh, baby. Okay, hold on. You know what I might need to do? I got an idea. So I gotta go back here for a second. It's got a little bit of anti-alias to that. I don't like that. Let's see. Hold on. I can fix this. Pull that down. Actually, that's not going to fix that. Crap. So I don't like how it's jagged in comparison to the way I initially copied that. Alright, let's remove these layers. I don't like these. Don't like them. Alright, so let's go back to this guy. I like the way this looks, but when I did screen, that's what screwed it up. Alright, so let's copy this back in. Try out, restart again. Yeah, get the crayons out just to see what it looks like. Yeah, I'm with you. Let's wish the boot was not there. You don't want the boot in there? Yeah, I know the fact that it kind of gives a, that's the way the track is though, right? The boot's there regardless. It actually gets ran there, right? So I don't know. In all actuality, I think it's not terrible to have it there. I get what you mean, I guess, as far as it's not part of what you can actually race on. Yeah, you get the crayons out. We're all getting creative here. So if you're feeling left out there, we got the crayons for everybody to use. That's what they're there for. Alright, so yeah, let me recopy this just to make sure. So we want to do a new layer. Yeah, so it does have some jaggedness to it, and that's what I don't like. But I think what I'm going to do, this is my little trick for this. I got a little trick for this. So what you do, at least it's evident here, at least in Paint Shop. So you got this size, and we get this size here. It is 303 by 153, so we're going to take note of that. Right? So now what we're going to do is do an image resize. I'm going to go down or up, it doesn't matter which way. Right? Do that. What that's going to do is it's going to create a softer edge. Now, without undoing it or anything like that, go right back to the original size. So it would be 303 by 153. What that should do is you take away that jaggedness and makes it a softer edge. Okay, and I'll paste that back in as a... Come on now. Paste as new layer. There, that should get rid of the jaggedness. Now we can take this. Do a screen. Okay. So let me keep it this way, and then I'll add an effect there. I know it's a little bit more bluey than this one is. Right? So we might have to make this part of it more white. And I can do that with this layer here. I can make that more white and then create that blue glow. Yeah. So let's try that. I'm going to actually step this out. So I'm going to change this to white. or more of a white on the white side, and then we can actually, we still got this color here in the swath, and we can use that as a glow. I think that would get us closer to what we got here. Let me see here. So let's why is that popping off? I don't know why that was popping off, but okay. Oh, I see why. Oh, I know why. Okay. Anywho, so back to what we're doing. So all I need to do is actually make this a... I might be able to get away with doing this as grayscale. Let me try something here. A couple of different ways I can go about this. Let's do grayscale. Okay, now we're going to convert it back to color depth 16 million. And then do negative image. Okay, that didn't work like I was thinking. Alright, I'm going to remove that. That didn't work the way I was hoping, so let's do it this way. Layers. Let's change it this way. Oh, dang it. Crap, I was hoping that negative image would actually work. Hold on. Okay, that puts it right back. Okay, that makes sense. I know there's a way to do this. I was thinking. I was hoping the grayscale would actually work better. Okay, colors. Let me try this again. Get back to 16 million. And then that should make it white. Not making it as white as I was thinking it would. Okay, let's do... Another way I could do this is to edit copy faces in there. Who's gonna do that? And then I'll do this as a screen. That's not making it white. Why is it not? I don't know why it makes it darker still, as far as when I do negative image. Never had to do that before. I like that. Alright, so let's back it up. Don't like it. Okay, leave it there. I want this to be just white. But I don't want to... Might have to do the same thing that I did with the resize. Okay, let's try it this way. So we'll go layers. This way, I'll go ahead and just flood it white. That might not be too bad, actually. That might work. Okay, cool. So let's do layers, visible. There we go. Now, if I take this, copy that here. Yep. Paste as new layer. There we go. Alright, now is that lined up? I might have to do the resize. Just get rid of the jaggedness like I did it before. Actually lines up pretty good. Alright, so let me try and add that blue glow to that just to see how it looks. And if I need to resize it like I did previously, I'll do that. Just to get rid of some of that jaggedness. So far I don't think it looks too bad. Okay, so let's go. We need that color code. Here. It might already be in there just in case. When I go into the effects, glow, yep, that is already in there. Cool. So let's add that. Yeah, I'm gonna need to resize that again. Yeah. So it's not a bad concept there, but I think we can better it further. So let's back that all the way out. Yeah, just delete that out. Not rename, just delete it out. Thank you. Alright, cool. Now what I'll do is I'll do the same thing as I did before. I'll do 303. Okay. Image resize. Either up or down, doesn't matter. I'm going to do 2. Okay, and then put it right back without undoing it. little trick, I guess, as far as to get rid of any jaggedness you might have in your edges there. So do copy, set back in as a new layer. There we go. Now let's try. That's a little bit better. I feel like with the level of that glow, I need to tone this down just a little bit. Let's go into the effect, glow, and then actually change this color here. Go more this way. Now we're cooking. All right, cool. Now we're getting somewhere. What do we think? What do we think? Now the other thing I could do. Yeah, let me back that up just for a second. I can add another layer of this. Duplicate that just to kind of brighten that up a little bit. Let's do screen. Might even be able to go hard light. Yeah, just to kind of brighten that up a little bit. There we go. And then from here, we can add the effect. Try it again. What do we think? So if I put this to a 1-to-1 here, it'd be like that. What do we think? Oh, I see what you did too. Ah, okay. I see what you did here. So you actually took the boot out of that. I see what you're saying. I could probably take that out of there. Yeah, I could take it out. I see what you were talking about now. Yeah, the fact that you've got the boot out of it. Okay, I didn't realize it just till now. Does this look pretty decent? No, if I take the boot out of it and do it much the same way that you got it here, that'd be better. That looks pretty cool. Now, if we added even our Watkins Glen logos here, now I got that in a separate layer over here. So we'll be able to put, yep, that in this layer. Yep, and we'll be able to put those in there. I think that would look pretty dope. Boot out and logos done. All right, cool. Let's see what we can do here. So what I'll need to do, zoom in on this. What I'm gonna do first, now that I know what needs to happen there, let's step this out. Yeah, I'm just gonna start over here. Like that. So what I need to do is actually fix it from this level. So let me put a background into this just for contrast. Yeah, we can use this blue. Why not? Yeah, just to give it some contrast. There's actually some areas here I can probably still clean out. I'll do that. Alright, so in this layer, let's clean some of the boogers out of this, as I like to say. We don't need a lot of this. Get some of the boogers out of it. And you definitely can't see that so much, I guess, as far as with, why is that popping off? Oh, and there's the laser scan. Cool. Cool. Alright, so Racer James just sent me the laser scanned. Sweet. Alright. I might implement that as well. Okay, so. Clean this up a little bit more. So like that. Now, what we want to do is actually take this boot out. And the way Racer James has got it here, he's just got it going straight. So not to use the boot, but just to bring it straight. Alright, so what we're going to do, cut the boot out. You don't want the boot. Now, what'll probably still happen is in our original thing here, it'll still be orange in here, right? We'll see how this looks. If it comes down to it, we can actually spank it out here. We'll just see what happens. Now, keeping in mind that was where this was already still evident in here in the original track info, right? So we might be able to just leave this orange and then make the rest of that white to actually highlight what you actually race on, right? We'll see how this looks when we do it, though. Yeah. We'll have a little bit of fun with this. I guess we did end up being a little bit creative today. Yeah, I did get that. Yep. All right, we're gonna find out here in a second. So all I'm gonna do all I'm gonna do. Yeah, what would really be nice if I could use this here, but the fact that you got a really nice track. This is more of a how would you call this? You know, free drawn type of thing. It's not really going 100% by this, right? But if we could take this and actually, I mean, that could be an option too, I guess. But we'll go this route first, and we'll just see where it gets us. We could probably magic wand this here and overlay that onto this. Possibly. I don't know how well that would line up with that. But that could be another option. I'm going to continue with this route here for starters here. Alright, so we want to straighten this out. We want to make this line... Might have to... Well, basically all we need to do is have it go straight across here. Okay? Alright, so what I will do with this, we're going to actually go... I'm going to flip this over like that. Go to white. And then I need to put this on draw. We'll make this probably about 7 with an alias. That might be too wide. Okay. Let's go about 5. Maybe a little bit. Let's go 4. Gotta get the idea of what I'm trying to do here. That's pretty decent right there. Yep, so we'll work with that. Cool, so we just straighten that out. Alright, so now what we'll do is put this 1-1 here, like that. Now we can take this guy that we just adjusted, copy that, paste it as a new layer in here. Like so. See, it's going to line it right up there. That makes us go straight across. So the boot is still going to be in there, right? Okay, so the boot's still going to be in there. Now we'll just add this effect here for the glow. Like that. Oh, I know what I did. Hold on. Back that up for a second. I actually added another layer. I forgot about that. We need to duplicate this. Yep, and we made that a hard light. Just to kind of make that a little bit more white. And then went back to here and then put the effect on it. Oh, that blue. So something like that. And also what I didn't do is to do that resize of that. But you kind of get the idea. So yeah, we'll start over with this. I need to resize the whole thing so that I get the jaggedness out of it. Yep. That's what I forgot to do. Pretty simple steps there, actually. So what we'll do is go back to this. And again, just that little trick. Go image resize. We're going to go down with this original image, this original size. It doesn't matter how far you go down. Just a little bit. Either bigger or smaller than the original image. Let's do 250. And then without redoing it, let's go image resize and go back to the original size. Make sure that you maintain aspect ratio. That's probably the other clue. So you, in both directions, height and width, it'll maintain that. So that removes a lot of that jaggedness and it creates more of a soft edge around all your jagged pieces there. So we want to take this again, copy that, paste as. Hold on. Come on, new layer. There you go. So put it right there, and I'm gonna create a duplicate. Add that as a hard light. You can kind of see the difference between that and this. It kind of brightens it up a little bit more. And go back down to this layer, do effect, glow, apply or glow. Something like that. So the boot is still in there, but it's actually highlighting more, I guess, as far as what you actually race on. Alright, so now for the logos, let's go ahead, layers, merge, flatten that. I can always undo that. I want to copy this over to here. Move this up here. So that's this one here. I'm going to keep this one, just turn it off. So we've got this layer here that we already tried previously. I'm going to paste this above that layer. Like so. Alright. So this is going to be our new layer. So we'll snap this into here. Like so. Now we can see what that looks like with the Watkins Glen logos. I almost feel at this point we would need to add a little bit more of a glow to the Watkins Glen. Now, what do you feel looks better as far as the Watkins Glen up here or down there? And also, you gave me that laser scan, so what do you think is going to look better where? Yeah, that's looking pretty good, actually. So in comparison to the track shot, I'm digging it. Glen logo on the bottom, laser up at top. Okay. Yeah, we definitely have that flexibility here. We do. Alright, so... Alright, just gotta remember what I did here. So that's our new track shot. That's when we turned off. That's our... That's to get that. Okay, cool. Oh, okay, I see what I did. So what I need to do is actually take it out of both layers. Okay, so we want the Watkins Glen on the bottom. So I'll chunk this out on the bottom here. This is all in its own layer, so it's easy to do. Chunk that out. We'll leave the Watkins Glen up at the top. What I kind of want to do, this Watkins Glen though, I'm going to add a little bit of a glow to that too, just to kind of make it stand out a little bit better. Let's see what we can do here. So we do glow. I don't know if I want this blue necessarily. Let's do a thin. That's definitely too much. Let's do, let's try it like a 3. Okay, that didn't do much. Hold on. Glow. Maybe I can try a 6. Now, it's not making it stand out as much as I'd like it to. Alright, so nothing else what I could do. I can always make another layer of this. And brighten it that way. And also possibly hard light. Ooh, that's too much. Okay, we can tone that down. Something like that. Yeah. This kind of stands out. So this is the difference between brightening that up and not. Just that little bit of subtle difference there. Just to help it stand out a little bit more. So it doesn't like subdued. Alright, so that laser scan, Richard James sent me that. Let's get this to grab that. Oh, that is pretty cool. That's freaking cool. Open original, that's what I need. There it is. So that's what this thing is here. Let's save as. Put that right to the desktop there. Cool. Here, so I put that to the desktop. So that should be right there. Cool. Alright, so yeah, we can take this guy. This is pretty cool. Dig it. So we want to take this guy. So what's the size of this? 820, nice size. Image resize. Let's try that same size there. Now, keeping in mind we need to get it in this spot. We're probably gonna have to go a little bit smaller. So I'll bring it back to the original size. Now, one way I can figure out, instead of trying to guess around here, I don't want to deform it. I want to maintain aspect ratio of this. One way I can kind of get an idea is I can do it like this. And this is relevant to Paint Shop Pro. The area that I want to put it in, I can copy merge it. So say I want to put it roughly in this spot. I can do a copy merge and then paste that as a new image. And that'll tell me roughly about the size of that area. I shouldn't say roughly, it will tell me, but it'll at least give me an idea of what size I need to put this to. So image information, 122 by 49, so I'm going to focus more on the width more than the height. In this case, so image resize, we're going to do 122 by 73. Okay, let's see if that'll fit. So edit, copy. So rather than to deform it and you know, do that randomly, I guess, as far as that way, and maintain an aspect ratio, I can do it that way. Alright, so I'm going to put this above that. Something like this. And that's a little too big, so I'll go a little bit smaller. Now, one could argue you could probably leave it like that and just cover the boot. But also I feel what I want to do is actually add a little bit of glow to this too, so that it highlights the beams a little bit more, or the laser beams. could do that too. Yeah, so we could probably definitely do it this way. And just, the boot's still there, right? But it's not, we want to take the focus off the boot. This is going to be the main circuit that you're going to run. I almost feel we can do it this way. Oh, did I do that backwards? I did do it backwards, didn't I? You did say Glen bottom. My bad. I can move it. So, yeah, if we put the Glen on the bottom. You did say that. I had to double check on the what you said there. So I did it at absolute opposite that you were saying. Alright, no problem. You've got all these in separate layers, so it's not a big deal. Let's move this guy up here. Now, the fact that I got these two in separate layers might be a little tricky. I don't think, with all these being different properties here, I won't be able to combine that without it stepping on. Let's see here. Hard light, 42. I'm just seeing what I did here. So that's an overlay. Yeah, I know if I were to collapse these into a one image here, that's going to totally step on that. Let's do this for a second. Yes, let's see here. Want to isolate just those. That. I'm going to combine all of this just to see what it'll do. If I don't like it, I can always redo it. Okay. Do layers, merge, visible. Now we'll bring all this back. I don't need that. That's actually not too bad. I can live with that. Alright, so now what we can do is take this as one whole image, one layer here, put that guy down here, like Racer James was suggesting, and move the laser scan up to here. Yep. I think, yeah, if we do it this way, we'll definitely have to make that smaller. Okay. So we'll go back to this. So we did 122. Now we'll focus more on the height than anything. We'll make this 49. We can round it off to 50. That should be fine. Now we'll take that. Copy that. Now we still got that layer. We just deleted out the image out of that. And there's a new selection, so something like that. And then also what I'm going to do. Oh, I feel like I can do something with that beams on that thing. But I should probably do that before I resize it. Oh, that might even be better yet. Okay, cool. I got an idea. I got a really cool idea. Let's do this. We'll back this up like this. Well, what I want to do is actually add a glow to these beams before I resize it. So one way I can do that might be pretty cool if it works out the way I'm hoping it does. So if we go like this. Oh, it's got a break in there, son of a gun. Hold on. Okay, I think I can work with this, so let's do that. We're gonna copy this. Paste it as a new image. New layer, my bad. Put this into position. Okay. A little bit off. Oh, crap. Perfect. Alright, so there's that part. Now, we'll get the rest of this down here. I'm not really worried too much about that in there. Let's go back into here. We'll get this figured out. So I'll have to do these individually, but that's okay. Got a really cool idea for this, though. Paste that back into here. Come on now. Darn mouse. Be a little bit of a pain to get these lined up, but yep, okay. Back it up. Ah, shoot. Floating section. There we go. Damn it. Alright. That's not what I wanted to do. Ah, crap. This is going to be a pain to get these lined back up, but... hoping maybe to get all those beams, I guess, as far as in one, all swoop. Yeah. Still off, dang it. That's up and down. Ah, crap. This is going to be a pain in the butt to line these up. So what I wanted to do is actually isolate all the beams and actually add a glow to the beams. Yeah, it's going to be a pain with the brakes that are in that. The other thing I could do... yeah, let's try it this way. Let's go the other route. Complete this. We'll start over. So what I'll do is actually go this route where I'll take out the parts. Yeah, okay, I got a better idea. Let's do this. We'll duplicate this. Okay, so that's basically just a copy of all that. And then I'll take out the stuff that I don't want to add a glow to. Actually, I'll turn this one off. I can see what I'm stepping out here. There we go. This might work a little bit better. Hold on. Gotta change the tolerance on that. There we go. There we go. I think actually this will be a little bit easier than going the other route that I was going. Yeah. So I'm just trying to isolate just the red beams so I can actually add a glow to that. Oh. What about next time? Oh, my bad. Did I miss something? You need to run an errand, I'm going to leave lurk. I appreciate the lurk there, Yasso. Yeah, next time. Appreciate that, Yasso. Yeah, we're having a little bit of fun here. We're getting, hopefully everybody's getting the crayons out. That's what those crayons are out there for. We haven't been able to do this quite a while, so. Yeah. So the best I can here, I'm just going to go ahead and isolate all that red. A little too much there. Go. Yeah, this will work. In the grand scheme of it, it'll actually work pretty good. Just like it did for that, the track outline. Where's my eraser? Hello? There it is. I got so many tools in here. We get all this boogers out. Okay, now I don't think the text is going to be all that hard to do at all. This. Oh, that should be pretty easy to get out actually. Even better. Back it up a second. I'm going to boost the tolerance back up just a tad. Yeah, it's even better. That's even better. So what I'll do after I do this is actually put something behind it, just to kind of add some contrast to it. Just like I did for the other portions there. There we go. So we're just breaking it down to just the red beams there. There we go. Right, so now let's go ahead and add a layer to this. That's the original one there, we didn't touch that. Yeah, layer, and I want to add a contrast layer basically. Right behind all of this, move it down. Well, yeah, we'll just use this blue. Fine. So just to see if we got any boogers in here that we don't want. In this layer. Actually, I'm gonna make this layer 3. I don't like it when it says copy. It's not a copy anymore. Oh, I meant layer. Layer 3. That's fine. Alright, cool. Now we can kind of clean this layer up to just isolate more of the beams. Clean all the boogers out of it. So by adding this contrast layer, it gives me all the parts that we missed when we... I can either do it this way, I can use this point to point, I can use the overall selection tool. Whatever I find necessary. We got some pretty big areas here. I want to get as much of that out as we can. Then when we apply the glow to it, it won't actually apply glow on those parts that we don't want it to have glow. So this color might not be the best option. We can probably use a magenta. Try the magenta, see what that looks like. Let's add that to our contrast layer. Ooh, that's a little bright. My bad. Sorry for the eyes. Didn't mean to hurt everybody's eyes. I want to hurt mine. Let's use this color. That's a little bit softer. Okay, cool. That one's not quite as bad. Alright, go back to that layer. Hope I didn't lose everybody against this first one. Didn't mean to blind everybody. This is kind of what we like to do here on Saturdays as far as get a little bit creative. Hence the reason we got the crayons. For if you're following the channel, the ability to use the crayons in here. So yeah, at this point here, with the way we do it this way, we'll be able to have all these little short stretches in here that goes around the wording, the text. So we'll be able to get glow around that as well. So in theory here, this could turn out pretty fantastic. Pretty fantastic. Bow, bow. Trying to get all these little boogers out of here is all. What I like to call them anyway. So from trying to magic wand on these different areas out here, obviously didn't get all the remnants out of it. And we can kind of clean that up there. Oh, there's quite a bit in here, actually. Smaller. All them boogers out of there. Yeah, not too bad. We don't need to get too critical with it. I just want to get a majority of these out of here so that it doesn't apply glow. All these that are way outside of where the are. That's about all. Take a look out of that. Okay. I think that's pretty good actually. So we'll see what we can get out of that. Cool. So we got the beams themselves just isolated. Turn that contrast layer off. Now let's turn back our original deal here. Now, if we take this layer that we've isolated just the beams, and we'll make that a red color, and we'll play around with this to see what looks best. Is that looking pretty cool there so far, Richard? You got the shades on the. Yeah, the fact that you can put that on any emote too. That's pretty neat. Alright, cool. So in that layer, we want to go into effects, glow, and we want to change that color to, let's try this red. See what that looks like. So that get that effect. Now I'm almost thinking, do we need to go the lighter red, lighter side of red, or the darker side of red? That's the other thing. Okay, so let's try the lighter side of red. Go this way, and we'll make it thin, keep it on 6, so we can go that route. So just to give you an idea of what the difference is, we got that's with it on, that's without it on. I'm kind of digging that, actually. Don't know if that's going to highlight it enough So actually what I can do on top of this, let's back it up one more time. And we'll go reapply this. I'm going to make this a little bit wider. Go 10. The heck? Oh, I turned it off, my bad. There. That might even be better. Something like that. This should highlight it enough as far as when we apply it to here. Okay. Let's see what this looks like now. So if we go... Layers, merge, visible. And then we're going to do image, resize. What did we say? Yep. So that was the side of it. Do that. Copy that and paste that. We already still got that layer. Just stepped out the where we put the laser scan in it. New selection. Okay, it's not quite as bright as I was hoping it would be. Doesn't stand out quite as enough. So I might need to do another layer of that so it applies even further. But you see the direction I want to go. I want to have those beams actually kind of highlighted a little bit. Similar, I guess, as far as like the track surface there. Alright, so we'll go ahead and step that out. Back this up here. Alright, and then what I'll do on top of what I've already got there, I'll do another glow. Maybe not quite as thick. Go about 5. And now let's see what this looks like. No, that's still not gonna. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Not quite what I was thinking about. Okay, so let's maybe leave it at a 10. Yeah, so I got it back to the first layer glow. That. Actually keep it on a 10. And let's go a little bit lighter. More so on the red. Okay, let's see what that gives us. Now we can already see what it's doing here. You might be able to clean that up. See how it's adding this glow like that here. We may not want that. We can probably clean that out. These are some of the boogers that were left. The fact that it's in a separate layer, we can clean that out independently. So all these little boogers that are left in here. Do that. I want to see how it looks first before I start doing that. But this is what I was talking about, trying to get all those boogers out of there. It's creating that glow onto that. So far, I'm not disliking this. So let's do a layers, merge, visible. Okay, and then do image resize. Yep, and then copy that. Paste it into this layer. Okay, we're getting there. Kind of getting there. Kind of lose a little bit of effect there, so it's not really turning out the way I was hoping. What I was hoping was it actually apply, so I might have to do it separate and have it at this size and apply that effect to it. That's what I might have to do. Yeah, because when I resize it, it's kind of stepping on the actual glow effect. Okay, so let's try it this way. We're gonna try and do it once it's resized down. Alright, so let's do it this way. We'll go back this way. Okay, down to that level, I think it is. Alright, let's try it at this level. Let's see here. You know what? I'm going to take that all the way out. Yeah, I want to take it all. Get it down to just... I know. Give me it back. Okay, that should be... Yeah, that's back. That's just before I start applying any glow to it at all. Alright, so what I want to do... we're going to resize it before we collapse it. Yeah, so let's do an image resize. That level. On all layers, so it's still got all our layers. Alright. Alright, now we're going to take this layer, go effects. And then do a glow. And I'm gonna actually put this back to the closer. Something like that. Now, is that too intense? Let's check and see what we look. Oh, copy that. Might be too intense. Oh shoot! I gotta flatten it. That's why. I bet. So we gotta do a layers merge. Oh. Paste it. This mouse is driving me nuts. Okay, that's a little bit more what I was trying to go for, but it's a little too intense. That's what I was thinking. So, yeah, we maintain more of the effect if we apply the glow after we resize it. I wasn't sure which way was going to work better. So, all I actually do is back this up. Okay. Now, just kind of decrease, I guess, the amount of intensity on this thing here. So we'll go into effects, glow, make this a little bit less. We'll go 5, leave it at that color. That might be a little bit better. So let's do layers, merge, visible. That. Paste this new. It's not bad. Not terrible. I don't know. You tell me. Yeah, the Watkins Glen looks good. The track looks good. Laser scan, I'm not 100% sold on it. But I feel like it does need to get stand up. Another thing I could do, but I kind of feel it would take away from the background of the actual amber. Another thing I could do instead of doing it this way is, yeah, let me try something else. Yeah, but you can definitely let me know what you think of that. This is generally what it looked like. It's kind of fuzzy. You did a blue outer glow on the laser scan? Yeah, I was trying just to highlight just the beams. That was my goal. So you want a blue glow on that as well? So something else I was thinking of. Let me try this. Let's just entertain this here for a second. So I'm gonna step that out. Let's back all this up, all the way back here. All right, so we still got the beams separated out. So let's do it this way. We're gonna keep this out. That's our contrast layer. Okay, so let's just do this. We'll do a layers, merge, visible. But I still got those separated out. Let's do an image, resize. This size. And then do copy. Paste as new collection. We'll put this in here like that. This is something else I was thinking of here. So if we do this, and then add another layer underneath that. Like this. Alright. And then I think how I would do this. Yeah, last I want to do probably 2 different layers. Alright, hold on. So first layer here will be white. Alright, let's flip it this way. I got a couple ideas here. Let's do this. We'll do white. Whitewash that out. Not done. That'll be the first step. So what I want to do with this layer is actually, let's do a point to point. I think I'm gonna feather this too. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna feather this too. This might be a really cool effect as well, if it works the way I'm hoping. Whoop. Following the contour of these lines here. And in my head, it'd be pretty cool if it turns out the way I'm hoping it does. I got a little too close there. Dang it. Shoot. Can't back it up either. Alright, we're gonna go with it. Alright, cool. So now if I do that, selections, and do an invert, now what it should do, spank that out. So this is the other kind of option I was thinking here. Now, if I take this, add another layer on top of this, this, and then I'll do this blue. Seemed to work out pretty good. Do the same thing. This layer. Yeah, make sure I'm in that layer. Another point to point. Now we cooking with right? Yeah, so this is my other idea I had, just to kind of get, make that stand out a little bit more in that corner. But what I'm trying not to do is to take away too much of the amber background. Right. Yeah, I'm with you. I guess as far as that, something seemed off with the way I was going with it. It was an idea that I had with the beams, and obviously having it that small, it just wasn't flying. So I'm in this blue layer. I'm gonna actually turn this one off so it doesn't throw me off here. So I'm in this blue layer. Now I'm gonna do the same thing. Maybe go a little bit further out. Right. What this is gonna do is potentially create a blue halo around that white. And again, in my head, turned out pretty good. Okay, so with that selection, we'll do selection invert. Step that one out. Now what we can do is play around with these two layers. So like for instance in this layer, tone that down to give more blue, and vice versa. So something like that. Almost feel blue. Want the blue to stand out a little bit more. I can also do this. Duplicate that one. Oh, I hate when it does that with the duplicate 9. Make it 10 for crying out loud. Make it layer 10. I gotta do that. Yeah, so that. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. Yeah, so at least it stands out a little bit more. Almost feel it's a little too blue. Okay. Maybe a little more white than blue. So it's got that little bit of a blue halo. So if I turn off the blue, you can kind of see the difference. Something like that. I could also do the same thing with the blue and duplicate that. Like so. That drives me absolutely nuts in here as far as when it doesn't. Just name it to the next layer in line. In this case, layer 11. But I get it though, because it's actually still a copy until you actually make an edit to it. Then you have to actually change it. Layer 11, so we can actually play with that too. So really, it just comes down to how much. Yeah, see what I was worried about, and this is exactly what I was talking about. I didn't want it to step on, I guess, as far as too much with the amber color. I don't want it to be too overwhelming. Trying to think here. Yeah, I need a little bit of amber in it. So what I could do, let's see here. Oh, let's see. Calm this down. Yeah, I kind of feeling that same way too. So what I need to do is probably one of these layers I can. There's the blue. That's the laser scan. Okay. Okay, that's turning all the white off. Okay. I'll play with these layers here a little bit just to see what it looks like. Yeah, I do feel like there needs to be a little bit more amber into it. So I think in one of these blue layers, in this case, it's going to be that one and this one. I need to make it amber. So what I should be able to do, hopefully, make this, duplicate it. Alright. And then I don't want to flood fill that though. Shoot. I'm trying to think how I can do it. I want to change that color without flood filling. I want to keep that NA alias to it. That soft edge. Otherwise, if I flood fill it, it's just going to make it a hard edge, and I don't want that. No, there's a way to do this. I'm just trying to think out. I think if I'm in this layer, I should be able to do negative image. Okay, and it only does it to that layer. Okay. Yeah. That made it to amber, and that's what I wanted it to do. Now, if I put that up here, okay. Turn. Oh, there we go. Maybe. That's the amber, right? Yeah. Okay. Hold on a second. Okay, that's completely off. Buddy, I know I can do something with this. I just got to figure out. Okay. Yeah, so if I do it that way, it kind of takes away the beams altogether. So the whole idea with this was actually to highlight the beams a little bit more. I thought by bringing more white in, accomplish that. See, if I do it that way, you can see the laser scan, but you can't see the beams as much. That's why I was going the other route as far as trying to highlight the beams. I don't dislike this, but it's still not putting enough emphasis on the beams. I have to bring back the white. Something like that. But then maybe add another amber. That's turning the amber off. That's the amber on. Let's do another duplicate. Maybe something like that. That's more amber than it is blue. So that's more amber than it is blue. Alright, so if I go turn both blues off. So if we go just completely amber, alright, so let me turn off one of the whites. So we got that way. Or that way. I don't know. I might have made the selection, I guess, as far as for that outer glow, I guess as far as a little too wide. As far as the feather I put on it. I kind of like this one more. I know you're wanting, I think, more of the blue, but I think if we add too much blue, it's still not going to emphasize enough of the beams. Okay. Yeah, so the effect in the track shot here, it definitely shows up a little bit better. I know you said you put some blue around that like that to find a, yeah, and that definitely makes sense. I get what you were saying there as far as to add a blue. So let's see if we go this route and actually add some blue to the beams. Let's see what that does. We still have this one here. So I got all those in a separate layer. Let's take this completely out. Yeah, so we'll get on this layer, take that out. Leave that all there. We're going to add some blue to these beams on the glow. I see what you're saying. Right. Yeah. So I get what you meant, I guess, as far as whether I wasn't trying to detract it. I was just trying something else. Because we don't have a blue background in our track shot, our track info. It's more of an amber. So I see why you did it here. So to me, initially, it didn't make sense to do that here. But I'm going to try it. Yeah. No, I was with you on it. Just all right. So what I'm gonna do? You still got this layer here for the beams actually outlined here. So I'm gonna add a blue to that instead of red. See what that does. Also, what I need to do is actually apply that after I resize it. So let's do image, resize. That, zoom it in like this, and that layer effects flow. Whoops, I know what I forgot to do. Need to get this color code. Okay, now go into effects on here. While in that layer, change out our color code. Something like that. Now, I almost think it needs to be more of a hard line. Second here. By hard line. Oh, wow. I don't know if I can be able to get any more hard line than that. Let's do 3 thin. Maybe do it again. Something like that. Okay, let's try it this way. We'll do a copy. Paste as new selection. Oh shoot, I forgot to merge. Okay. Layers, merge. Have this mouse. Okay, I still need to clean the boogers out of it, but I think that might work. Yeah, so I still got some of the boogers to clean out of it, but I think it might work. Well, you got some white beams. We want to make all the beams just completely white. I don't know how that would look. I was kind of trying to maintain against some of the red. So I think all I need to do is just clean out the boogers out of the... we should be good, I think, on this. That makes the laser scan kind of stand out a little bit more. Along with the beams. Yeah. I don't know what that's... What is that going to help me, though? The only thing I want to do is just the beams, not the... I see what... Oh, okay, I guess I get why you did it. But I think I can clean it up on this end, on my end here. Let's see. Let's just try it here first. Back this up like that. Okay, so what I got here is the beams isolated. That's in this layer. Turn my contrast layer back on. Turn this guy off. But I still got some, let me change my contrast color here. Let's try... I'm not trying not to blind everybody here. Do this blue. I don't feel like there's a lot in there, though. Yeah, so all these little boogers that are in here, that's what's causing all that. Okay, no problem. So let's go... Nope, I don't want that. Yeah, I get what you were trying to do, I guess, as far as with that isolated like that, so it'll make it easier, I guess, as far as to get all that out there. I think I can clean this up here enough. See, so the reason why I'm getting all these spots for the glow and I'm applying to that laser beam layer, does all this noise. Just need to get that all out of here is all. So I'm gonna try and work with what I got here, and if that doesn't work, then we'll go that route that you sent with the grayscale isolated. Uh-oh. We got Evan coming in with a raid. Welcome everybody coming in from Evan's raid. Yeah, get some hype out there. Get some hackies and some horns. Yeah, get the hype. In the hackies. And also some yeah, get the horns out there too. If you're following the channel, you got the horns. How did the stream there go? I had you lurking. Had you lurk there, Evan. How did the stream anniversary go? Evan just got done with he was playing some Last of Us. In fact, let me give a shout out there for Evan the Bandito. Celebrating that Twitch anniversary over on the... Whoops. Helps if I spell it right, huh? I can type, I promise. It went great? Yeah, so you're doing that Last of Us there on the PlayStation. Yeah, I caught some of the start of it, at least anyway. We had to get things going here, but yeah, we made quite a bit of progress there. We're actually on a new, relatively new build, I guess as far as for the stream at least anyway, with Watkins Glen. And we're working on our laser scan logo for our track info picture here. Actually, I can get rid of some of this stuff here. Now that I think of it, I got a lot of mess here on my workbench here. So all we're trying to do is isolate these laser beams and this laser scanned logo. We've had to resize it or whatever to get this to comply with our track info screen. So this will be the image that'll show when you're selecting your track within the sim. Yeah. So we're just kind of tweaking on it, seeing what works and what doesn't work. So I got all the what I call boogers, I guess, as far as in my... So when I was applying the glow, I guess as far as to our laser beams here, we're getting a little bit of noise, you know, some not so nice results, let's put it that way. So I'm gonna go back to here. I think I should still have that in the effect, so we're in that layer. Glad it went well. Glad it turned out pretty good. I appreciate you bringing everybody over here. Oh, you sent me another one here, I see. Okay. That might be... Okay, let me see what I can do with this one here. That's an interesting approach there. Let me see how this is gonna work. Yeah, I can put that behind. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how this will work. You don't have the breaks in it where the text is like I do, but let me give it a try. Let me give it a try. So let's do save as. Oh, I see what you did. You renamed it too. That's nice. So it's not going to step on the other one I saved. Awesome. Red isolated. Okay, yeah, let's see what you got here. Let's see what you did. Alright, got that saved. Let's do it like this. Red isolated. That is this guy. Alright, so I'm curious to see how this works. If we copy this guy to here, I'm gonna totally just not even use that. Let's open this up, and I'm probably gonna need to put that. How's this gonna work? So I have to put this behind that. Do that on this layer. Okay. It's very subtle, but I guess it works. Thanks for the fart. That's almost a little more subtle than I thought it would be. Yeah, you can see the difference there. It's very, very minimal. I just put that behind, I guess, as far as this original. Yeah, so that's just the red isolated. Whoop. And I turn that back on like that. It's not, I don't know if that's going to be enough. So the approach I was going to take, I was thinking of add a little bit more to it. I'm going to go back to mine. Yeah. Let me see what I can do with this one here. Now that I got all the boogers cleaned out of it. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, so the way I did it there, obviously it's fine, I guess, as far as that I can do that. Just put it below it. So you can see the difference between what you did and what I did. It's very minimal, and I don't think that's going to be enough as far as what we need it to look like on that there. So I'm just going to continue to try it on my end. I'm going to keep that, obviously. Might be able to add to it. So let's do this, that. Now I want to add that blue to this one here. Now that I got more of the boogers out of it. Let's do effects, flow, and yeah. Turn that contrast layer off, actually. Okay. And then I'm going to do it again. Like that. Yeah, I'm almost liking it better this way. Like that. Let's so we'll do, and I forgot to do that. Let me see how this looks when I resize it though. So we'll do layers, merge, visible, and image resize. I meant to do that, I guess, as far as after resizing it. We'll see how it looks this way. Paste it into our deal here. Need to step this one out. Yep, step that out and paste as new selection. Okay. And I'll let you be the judge. The beams are obviously pretty, pretty narrow in their own right. So what we might need to do is do a red and then a blue, just to kind of expand on it. The way you've got in your, and this image here is a lot smaller than the track shot, so you can kind of give a comparison here. So it's almost twice as big. So the fact that you're able to make this bigger in here, that's the struggle we're having there too. Yeah. So what I might try to do is actually add a red glow and then a blue glow. See if that'll emphasize the beams a little bit more. I think we're going in the right direction with this, though, I feel. This is a lot of detail just that we're putting in something as simple as a track handle. But yeah, it's looking pretty cool. Alright, so let's leave that like that for the time being. Let's back this up. Alright, now what I'll do, back it up to where there's no glow. Alright. Oh, wait a minute. Gotta go back one more layer. Blow out of it. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, so that's before I put the glow. Now what I'll do first is do a red. Okay. Just to expand on the red. While we're in that layer, we'll go effects, glow. Shoot, I want to do this red. We'll apply that first, and then we'll do a blue. I need to get this code again. We're gonna get this right. I'll go in effects, glow. Add that code that we just pasted in here. And go like that. Well, I'm gonna do it again. Double shot that. Cool. Now, if we put this back on. Alright, let's see what we got here. So we go layers, merge, visible. Image resize. That size, yep. and then do an edit copy. We'll step this one out. Add layer. Edit paste as new selection. I think we're getting somewhere with this actually. So the beams are actually showing up a lot more defined. Yeah. I'm liking that. I could probably tone down the white just a little bit. And the amber. So let's got those two layers so we can go like this. Actually, let's tone this down. Something like that. So it's got that little bit more white to it, but not quite maintaining more of the amber. I think it's going to look better with the amber than it will the blue. With this type of background. So in this one here, it works with having the blue around that blue background. In this case, the amber is going to work better for being able to emphasize on the blue on the laser. I think that looks pretty good. I know, you tell me. I'm not disliking it. I definitely like it better with the amber glow than the blue glow. Gold star, he says. Alright, cool. You heard it there, folks. Nailed it. Alright, cool. So yeah, all I did, just for reference here, for anybody that cared to want to know, so what I did is I added just a red glow to expand on the beam that was already there. In fact, let me get it all the way back here. There we go. And then after I applied the red, I did 2 shots of a blue glow at the same level as the red. So you can see here's the original, and there's the modified. Just that little bit of difference there is what helped that emphasize, I guess, as far as what we're trying to do in our image here, which is definitely way smaller than our original image here. So a lot of times what happens when you resizing your images here, you're going to lose detail, regardless if you're applying aspect ratio or not. So it's then how do you emphasize the areas that you want to emphasize, and we've done that also with our track surface here too. You know, we kind of edited that out, you know, to kind of emphasize just on what you can race on, same way as you've done the track shot. I think we've done a pretty good job to kind of mimic what's going on in both things here. So you can kind of picture, in a way, that we did take this here, which we totally could have. We could have just taken this from here and outfitted that onto our track shot. But we try to utilize what was already here with the track layout that is in reality on that paper thing. We also maintain, I guess, as far as that old paperish type of look, you know, the blueprint type of effect to it, the antiquish or whatever you want to say. So yeah, I think it turned out pretty good. We spent a little bit of time, I guess, as far as just enhancing on that track info. So the original image, this is where we came from. This is our full disclosure here. What we started with goes all the way back to this guy. I don't know, you can't see that. Let me turn all these layers off. In fact, some of these layers I'm just going to go ahead and take out. Yeah, I'm going to take some of these layers out. Some of these layers we're not even using. Let me clean this out here real quick. Okay, this one I actually want to rename. Let me clean this up here real quick, and then I'll show you what we started off with. So this is going to be layer 6, 7. We'll just make this layer 8 when it does that. Layer 8. Bugs me that it has copy of blah blah blah. It's like, no, it's not anymore. So this is going to be layer 9. I don't know why it stepped all that out of there. Well, whatever. Can't even type anymore. Starting to get hungry. Alright, so there we go. So these are all the layers that we're using. What is this layer? Okay, that was just our amber layer. Oh, we definitely need that. That maintains, so that was the color that we had there. So these are all the layers that we're using at this point. Okay, cool. So I can be able to turn these all back on. So I'm going to turn these all off just to give you an idea of where we started from. Here's where we started with. That's what our first option was. And we went to this one, and then we added to it. So we added emphasis to the track. We added the track logo. And we started adding, well, we initially added the laser scan, and then we started trying to enhance on the laser scan to make it stand out a little bit better, and these are all those layers. So that's kind of the morphosis, I guess, at first that we had from where we started, what we ended up with. And if we compare this now with the, whoops, what did I do with, did I already close that? I think I might have. Nope, this is Torch's original track info deal, so you can kind of see how we tried to match up, I guess, as far as with a lot of the way the other tracks, the way they do those. So there you have it. And I'm going to keep this here in a layered template just in case somewhere down the road, if we feel, you know, it's like we want to adjust on that a little bit, we'll be able to do that, and we can tweak on that. So I'm going to keep this as a layered template just in case kind of change your mind on things, like, I don't really like how that look. So if you want to change it, we'll have the option to do it. So in fact, with that being said, I'm going to save this right here, right on stream. This will be my video proof too, but I did save it. So I'm going to save this right into the track edit folder. Okay, so I'm just going to go up one layer right here. Yes. This, and we're going to save this as a PSD, which will maintain all the layers that we have into it, and we'll be able to open it up in either Paint Shop Pro or Photoshop. Be backwards compatible in that regard. But yeah, let's go ahead and save that. Now we're good to go. I can confirm that that's been saved over here, and there it is. So we'll have that at our disposal, I guess, as far as for later reference if we so need to. Very nice. Alright, so let's go ahead and close this out. The only other thing I did want to do on stream, I know we did spend a little bit of time to do that, but we did get a lot accomplished, I guess, as far as with this one. And one little detail. That's pretty cool. Let's close that. We don't need this anymore. Yeah, so this is one of the things that I did start with as far as to make that highlight of the track. We actually did just summarizing here. I did a magic wand, I guess, as far as to pick up all this amber of the track, and then we converted it into white. Showed a little bit of a trick, I guess, as far as to get the jaggedness out of it, so you can make it more of a softer edge. And this is adding the glow to it on top of what we already had here. What gave us this effect here to highlight the circuit that you actually race on the track, but also show the other areas around the track to include the boot. So the boot is there in actuality, but we don't race it on this version of the track. That's the only reason why we did it that way. We did have to find a logo for the track to be able to apply that to there as well, because that was not present before we started. So we'll go ahead and close that out. We don't need that. That's 100% available on the webs right here. Pretty easy to find. I also noticed other examples of the way they've done this here. So there's this guy, and I don't know if this is what... Wait, is that what you started with? Is this what you started with? That's a pretty nice one right there. That's pretty cool. I almost feel that's what you started with. So the idea there, right? You can definitely see that. That's a nice one. That's a nice one to work with, yeah. So the fact that a lot of these types of logos like this are 100% available on the net. So yeah, this is what he started with, and then just added his laser scan to his track shot. That's pretty cool. What I'm talking about. All right, so I don't feel like I need to do anything else with this one. I'm just go ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this as the original. What you did there, James? I think. Actually, hold on. Hold on. I think I'm going to keep that separated. Yeah, I think I will do that. That's a separate layer. That's all your original stuff there. What was this one? Okay, that's the one you gave me, the red. Got it. Okay. I don't think I need that. I think this worked out better. And then that's just my contrast layer. Okay. I'm going to save it this way. So I still have your original deal here. I can shut this off. So this is what I added to it, right? But I still have, this is all original in this one, this layer, all combined. Plus I got the other ones that you sent me, so I think we're good to go. I'm gonna go ahead and save this, my purposes, over on that folder yours for Watkins Glen build. Yeah. So we're gonna save this as a PSD because we do have layers to it. And again, I'll be able to use it in both Photoshop and PaintShop Pro. Cool. I'm gonna keep that for my future references there. Nice. We don't need this anymore. I already explained what we use that for, and then that's the the Watkins Glen logo. Cool. So at this point, we already got this saved. I'm gonna go ahead, flatten all that, save this as a new bitmap, and I actually want to get this saved over to our edit folder. That's where we have that originally unpacked. We want to do this as a bitmap, and we want to save over this guy, and we want to maintain this TI same as that. We didn't do anything with this. We still need that the way it already is, so that's fine. This temp file that it created, that's when I was trying to open up the logo, I was getting the error in there, and it created this file. I'll just be able to chunk that out. Okay, so we're gonna save over that, and then actually we're gonna save this new info. Alright, so now we go into our edit folder, like show, and that should be right there. We're gonna open this up with WinMip 2. Open that up with our WinMip 2. That's in our Watkins Glen Beta Edit folder. Nice. We'll open this guy up, and it's automatically, because of the way this is designed, it's going to open up the TI. So that's our parent image, that's our TI. We don't want to do anything with the TI. And we want this to be, I'm going to open up this original file. I believe it's a 5. I want it to be a 5. I'm going to open up this original track logo. Oh, not the logo, the, god dang it, did it again. I meant the info, my bad. Miscue. So track info is what we need. So this guy, I'm going to open up this original file, and it is a 5. So I want to observe what that was. So what this should make this as, the size here is not a power 2. That's probably a fair mention. But these are not a power 2 for these images. In fact, this one's a 324 by 256. This is not a power 2. So one of the things that with these STPs, they're a little bit, I don't want to say this, as far as they are outside the box of pretty much any other text that you make that's a MIP, that's for the sim. STPs do not have to be a power 2, but they definitely still have to stay within that constraint of what the original files were, if that makes sense. So the fact that this one's a 324 by 256, that's part of why this is a Type 5, on top of the fact that it has a TI. So you need to have this at a Type 5, so now that we've already confirmed what this needs to be. Also, when I notice I have this open instead, let me switch that over real quick. I want to put this on Enter 2003, and then reopen that bitmap. Now that we know it needs to be a Type 5, good to go there. So the info, TI, change it to a Type 5, and then save it. And then we want to overwrite. Wait a minute, why did that not? Oh, I didn't change it to STP first, my bad. So STP and then Type 5. I was like, what the heck? Yeah, STP and then Type 5. That'll maintain everything that we got here to include the TI. And save as, and we want to overwrite within our folder here this track info. Yes, please. Cool. Now when we go into the sim, once we bring that over to the game track folder, that is what it'll show. We'll go ahead and close this. We don't need that anymore. And we don't need this guy anymore. Don't need none of that. Alright, so we're good to go on all of this. Bill Baines. Alright, so the only other thing I did want to do, and I know I keep saying this, but I wanted to actually take a look at the full pace lap and how we can adjust that. So you can do it one of two ways. So we already know that the half pace lap works. We did test that out in the sim. Or we can adjust, I guess, as far as what we did witness in the on the full pace lap in the sim when we initially did start with that, and obviously that's in the pit wall. So what I tend to consider, I guess, as far as with that, is just to shift all the DLATs over so that it's either on pit road or on the track. Right? So let's take a look at that real quick. See what we can do with there. Oh, yeah. So that's just clarification what the STP file is. Stamp or full-sized menu graphic, right? Right. Oh, you did not want KB on the image. I gotcha. So you put the laser scan there just to kind of cover it up there, right? That's fair enough. Don't blame me at all. Let's see here. So what we want to do is go into the track. So this is all the track basically. So consider, if you will, all this would be datted up into one DAT file. So you wouldn't have all these loose files of 3DOs, MIPS, and so on. Only thing you would have is your LPs, your CAM file, so on and so forth. That's what we're working with here. So one of the things I want to look at, I'll bring that up over here, is where do we have the starting grid? So these are our pit stalls. Starting grid 0 should be the full pace lap, and the half pace lap is grid 1. So these are all starting on the, I forget exactly where it was, but these were fine, right? So one way you could do this when you're creating a track and testing is to make both your grids the same. What I was witnessing there is we had majority of what would be, I can't remember if it was the inside line or outside line, was right in the pit wall. So with these numbers that we have here on this grid, we can look at the pole position, which would be stall 0, 255, and this is the DLAT. This is the one I'm considering we can adjust, right? And on both of these. So one's the inside row, one's the outside row. So the pole, outside pole, so on and so forth, all the way down the line. So let's take a look in Sandbox and find these coordinates. So I know roughly where these are at, so I know where to go. Oh, not there. Sure I do. Yeah, right over here. So here's pit road. So what we were witnessing is majority, especially myself on the pole, is right in the wall, right? So let's take a look at what these coordinates are that we have in the INI. So where it needs to be, so was that 255, was it? That's the D long. Where I'm at here. So we're actually, all right, trying to see where else. I know it's hard to read when what I'm reading is at the very bottom right hand corner of the screen. All that red coordinates on. I know it's hard to see on screen, but that's what I'm focusing on, I guess, as far as to get these coordinates. The 255. So what this is how far from the the center line, be it left and right. So in this direction. So our center line is actually, where's our center line anyway? It's right here. So we're minus 0.21. .55, we should be way out here. I didn't realize we were that far out here, so we're up this way. So we're right about there. That's where our car was, right in the wall. Right about there. That's where that stall 0 is right about there. Okay, so what we want to do is actually bring it inwards. I also feel we could probably start these more on the track as opposed to being on pit road, because it's pretty narrow on this, whoops, bad. It's pretty narrow coming down through here, so it might be better to actually start them on this part. So I almost think kind of scoop them over this way. Might be a better idea. So let's try that. So if we keep it on the 255. Should be able to keep it on the 255. Let's see. And bring it, the stall 0 up to like about 14 we can do. So all those that are this value, we can put that at 14. And then the outside, which was at 479, put those probably about 8. So we can do 14 on the pole position back, so all the odd numbers, all the even numbers can be at about 8. We'll try this here. We'll see what we can get here. So we'll set all these here, these values here to 14. And actually, I'm going to go even one step further. I'm going to close this out and open it up in Notepad++. So make this option here even better. I'm going to open this guy up in Notepad++. There we go. And then what I can do down here, start up from this spot, and we can do a search, find, and I'm going to do a replace. So what we want to find is basically this value. Copy that, paste it, and then we want to change it to 14.00. Okay, so now what we should do, put the cursor up there, find next, replace. All these values that are -21. Oh, I see there's some of them are 19. I gotcha. Some of them are all 21. Okay, so we'll just change the ones that are 21 for now. That's all of them. Oh, you know, some of these probably aren't going to be. So as it snakes back, hold on. Hold on. So let's check the one that way in the back here. Son of a gun, anyway. Come on now. There we go. So all the way back here, it might tend to. It's kind of on an angle. So let's check this here. So for the ones that are 0.21 or right around 2.1, having it out of 14 might not be too bad. But these one at the back, so 77. Yeah, it gets a little different back here. So let me check here. So 77. That should. About there. So if we go 14 on that, that's definitely going to put them in a wall. Okay, so as it goes back further here, obviously it goes on an angle. Shoot. All right, so it might not be as simple as I was thinking. Where so if it was more straight, straight through, like a straight line, I guess, as far as going from the pole position all the way back, this option might work, but it's probably not going to work as much. So as we get back here, it tends to get narrower from the 14, so it gets to be more like 10 on the D-lat, at least for the odd positions anyway. Yeah, put 42 at D-long 10. I think not just 42, but I'm going to have to progress this back. So as I see some of these numbers get up higher, like in the minus 0.45, those are going to have to be at 10. Yeah. At least for the inside. The odd number, so from the pole position, so 1, 3, and so on. So, yeah, I think what I can do is go. So all the ones that are at 0.19 in that, so like this one, shoot. Dang it, they all vary here. I can't do a simple replacer, so I'm going to have to just manually do this. I'm going to set it at 14. So all these ones that were within 0.21, 0.20, 0.19, I can put those at 14. Probably end up missing one doing it this way. I was kind of hoping to be able to do just a search and replace, but because of the variation of these, I'm not going to be able to find them all. 14. Alright, we'll get as many as we can this way. So as that number, that 0.20 gets bigger. So it gets to like 0.4. That's where it needs to go to like 10. So like this one here needs to be a 10. And keeping in mind, this is probably not going to be the absolute. This is just a quick fix for that. Just a quick fix. Yeah, so we'll set these at 10. Yeah, so I think all these ones here that are a little bit bigger than the 0.20 need to be at 10 is all. Just double checking that over on my other screen. I think that's a pretty safe number. Probably not perfect, but it's pretty safe. Yeah, so I think the fact that you came up with 10, that's what I was looking at, I guess, for stall 42 there. Yeah, we're not too far off. Not too far off. Alright, so let's do 10. Yeah, so all these are all the inside row. I don't know if you consider that inside row or outside row, I guess, as far as it's just all the odd positions. So 1, 3, 5, so on and so forth. That's the ones we're adjusting. And then I'll get the other row as far as the even numbers. See what we need to have those at. And I'm only doing this for my purposes, right? So I'm not. This is by no means to be a done deal. Like, that's where it's gonna stay. Alright, so that's all 10. Yep, we can do 0.34. I think we'll do that one at a 10 as well. 2.9. It's kind of in between there. You can go either way with that one. You know what? We'll just put this at 11. Pretty safe. This one we can put it at. Might be a little bit staggered, but I think it'll be alright for the most part. There we go. We got one more right there. I'm bound to miss one. I'm almost guarantee it. Because there are those slight decimal variations there. 100% guarantee I'm gonna miss them. Okay. Alright, so that's for that row. All the odd ones there. So now for the start from the back. So we're at, so for 41, which would be the even numbered rows, 4.51. That stays pretty consistent all the way through, actually. Okay. So can we put that at an 8 like I was initially thinking? Go back here. So that is, that's what I meant to say. So 80. That's at 85.48. I'm almost thinking, wait. I think if we put those at 6, I think we should be okay. Instead of the 4 point whatever it is. I don't know if that's going to put them too close. Without having the actual starting grids, we've got a whole video, I guess, as far as it goes over how to do starting grids. As far as to use a jig. You know, either in the form of a TSD with a X to the center and all that jazz. I was just, you know, looking for a really quick way, I guess, as far as to do this is all. And again, I can't reiterate enough, I guess, as far as this is just a temporary fix, I guess, as far as for this until you can actually place those more appropriately. I think we should be able to get away with just setting all of these other DLATs to 6. I think that should be pretty decent. We'll try it that way. And if it doesn't work, we can always adjust on the outside. I don't know what, like I said, I don't know what would be considered inside and outside as far as the starting grid. I almost tend to think, you know, because the pole position tends to be out here and the outside pole is here. This is inside and that's outside. So I guess, I don't know how they actually refer to it. I think this pole position be on the outside. And then runner up, I guess it would be inside. So I guess that's the way we'll consider it here. So now I'm working on the inside row. Set these all to 6. Alright. All these that are 4 point whatever, we'll just change it to 6. In theory, that should work. That doesn't seem like enough. So that was at 4 point. Ow. For some reason that just doesn't sound right. Hold on. Well, I guess half the field, I guess, was on this side anyway. Well, some of it was kind of like down here. I guess I didn't look to see exactly as far as where the rest of the field was when we initially tried this starting grid. So some of it must have been on the track, based on what I can see on the DLATs. But it looks like 6 on the DLAT should be pretty sufficient. Sure, they're going to be on the track. All right. Well, we're going to find out. We'll test it out. Because I actually want to get back into the track and actually see how our track info works for us too. Alright. So all these that are 4 point, we're change to 6 point. Doesn't seem like much of an adjustment on these stalls is all. In comparison to the other row. Yeah, the fact that there's so much variation between these, I was hoping to be able to use that find and replace, but they're not like exact numbers, so you have to do these manually. And again, can't reiterate enough, this is not by any means considered to be a complete and total fix. All I'm trying to do, I guess, at this point is just get them out of the wall. Not be stuck in the wall when you use the full pace lap. We already know the non-full pace lap works just fine. Okay. Boom. And last one. But not least. There we go. Okay, we'll go ahead and save that up and try it out. You know, actually, what I'm gonna do before I save this, I'm gonna back up. I'm gonna back up this one here. Yep, I'm gonna back this guy up. We'll do copy that. Paste. Don't like the way it does it. Just back up. That way it puts it completely out of the way. Call me crazy, but that's what I like to do. So now I can save right over that. So we got, the only thing we got to bring over to our track is this updated INI and our new track info. Okay, so now I can go ahead and save this safely. Close it. And just to confirm, did save it. Cool. So all we got to bring over to our game track directory is this file and the new track info. I'll do that right now. I need to get out of the sim. I still had the sim popped up there. Alright, here we go. This is going to be our final test here, because as far as with everything we've done today. And, yeah, I'm definitely starting to get a little bit hungry, so. It's been super productive, though. I'm looking forward to doing some more work on this. Now, if it is confirmed, Racer James said, if you wanted me still to work on that club for that track, definitely make sure confirm on that, good, bad, or otherwise. Because I don't want to be working on something that you're already working on, if that makes sense. Oh, I see what you did there too. You put the laser scan text. That's pretty cool. Noise. Pretty cool how you got that. Now we got all these different options here for that laser scan. Let me get this. So, this is a lot of busy work here. First to get this moved over. So we need directory. Tracks and Watkins Glen. That's the only one. We got just the default, and besides this one, that's all I got. Okay, so we need to go. And yes, I am talking to myself. Build. Oops. Oh, I hate when it does that. Stop changing my view. He's putting all my stuff in detail. I hate when it does. Yeah. Oh. Track. Track info. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and switch this over so you all can see what the heck I'm doing. Be right back. Alright, so basically what we're doing here, got the folder which we saved those in, which is the base. I guess as far as for that, I made the backup of the INI. I did not make a backup of the info, but we have that layer template if we ever do, you know, like I said, we want to make changes to that. So the fact that I didn't make a backup of the info, it's no harm, no foul, because we have the layer template to be able to desire. All I did here is just copied that updated track INI right here, and also the track info SDP, copying that over from what's in our edit folder, I guess I want to say, as far as the untouched, and then we're moving that over to our game track directory, which is right here. I keep them all separate because you never know when stuff is gonna screw up. We just want to place those two files. So what we should be able to see when we test this for the last time, our new track info screen when we go into the race weekend, and also the full pace lap. I'll re-invoke it as far as the full pace lap and see how those cars line up. You'll get some files to me? Alright, cool. Alright, here we go. We'll load this up here. We got the... I'm just going to go into testing mode. Starters. Make sure the track loads. So there's the track shot. You can see what that looks like, I guess, as far as in its element. This logo, that file, I'm not able to open that in WinMap 2. I'm not sure why. But you can see how that is. But yeah, you can see how that track shot works. Now, if we go into this really quick, I'm going to go into race weekend here in just a moment. There's the logo. So here's our new... Oh, crap. Did something wrong. What did I do wrong? That should be showing our new... Uh-oh. I did something wrong. Hold on. What the heck did I do? Yeah, so obviously that didn't present itself properly. What the heck did I do? Did I go the other way around? Hope not. Nope, that's on this. Heck. The heck did I do? What? Let me try that again. I brought it over from this guy. Our edited one. That did not. Alright, hold on. Where did I save that? Hold on. Oh, I must have saved that in the, oh, I did. I sure did. Alright, hold on. I just gotta move. So where I saved that info SDP was in the actual edit folder. Yeah, sure did. So I just gotta move it over that. Nope, no biggie. No biggie. Yep, that's where I actually got the bitmap there too, and the TI. Yeah, I'm just gonna move it over here. Yeah, so it did what it was being told, that's all. I'm gonna move it over to this guy here though. I'm just doing this on the other PC real quick. So we got this. Yeah, so the I9 should be fine. Cool. So now in both places, I've got that replaced. Both the edit folder and so the fact that the those SDPs reside. I mean, it's up to you, I guess, as far as if you want to pack it in with the DAT, you can do that. Otherwise, you can just leave them loose out in the track folder, I guess, as far as once you get to that point. I think the way Torch had taken it, he had packed those all into the DAT. That's one way to go about it, I guess. Alright, so... Alright, now we're good to go. Now we should be able to... From this folder, that should be... I'm going to confirm here. This guy should be updated now. Yep. Just to make sure, I'm going to go ahead and recopy track I9, which I know should already be good, and the SDP. Copy that, and then put that over into our game tractor. Yeah. First I thought maybe I might have did it backwards. There we go. Now if we go into here, we should be able to see our new track info. Testing, track shot, and boom, there should be. There you have it. That's the new track shot, or I should say track info. I keep on calling this track shot. It's kind of like a secondary track shot. Cool beans. So we've got that, and now we're going to try and single race and see where our starting grid is. And I'll start from the back instead of qualify, so we can kind of see what's going on in the back, and we can kind of see in the pit view, I guess, as far as here, we'll be able to see where the rest of the field is too. All right, so let's back this up and go into single race. I'm going to see how we did with these adjustments to the starting grid. What I'll do, initially, just get this to load up. So again, even in single race here, we'll have that updated track info. I think that turned out really good. That looks pretty good. Now we could probably do some more tweaking on it. I see there's a little bit more, still a little bit of jaggedness. So if we wanted to, you know, clean that up a little bit, we have that layer template if we want to do that later on. I think for the most part, that's a pretty good design. You have the grid mostly fixed, so don't spend too much. Yeah, so I'm only doing this, like I said, it's just a temporary thing. I just want to see how close we could get. So it's by no means, I guess, as far as to be, you know, the final position of this stuff here. I just wanted to give an idea, I guess, as far as how these types of things can be adjusted if you see that they're out of whack like that. So just to be able to move them over on the DLAT, just to slide them over from where we initially witnessed them. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Hold on. I gotta put full pace lap on. Let's do that. I'm gonna keep caution. I'm not gonna race this. We're just testing just the grid. That's all we're doing. But I had to put it on full pace lap to make it use that starting grid that we just adjusted. Yeah. Alrighty then. So we're gonna start from the back. So let's do a race, and there we have it. See right off the bat there on the track. Just that little bit of adjustment with the DLATs to get them out of the wall. It seems to be pretty good. Let's see where we actually start anyway. So we're starting in the back, so we can see definitely the front rows here are definitely on the track, so they're not in the wall. That's a good thing. That's what we want to see. All right, so let's go. Let's just start this. I'm not gonna race it, like I said. I'm just gonna see where we're at. There we go. See, that's that little bit of adjustment to the DLAT. All we needed to do. I don't know if that's pretty much what you had done there, Racer James, but all it needs to be done right there. Cool. So there you have it, folks. Did a little bit of adjustments here, so we can see them getting in the line here. So they're not getting all janked up, I guess, as far as even as they start moving there, so that's a good thing too. Even with the adjustment that we made there, we want to make sure that they don't get out of whack here. So let's actually go to the front. Oh, the pits. Oh, we didn't adjust the pace car. That's the only one we missed, I guess. Yeah, so I guess that's the only one I did miss. Yep, that's the only one I did miss. He did actually make it through, but yeah, that's the only one I guess we did miss. Pretty easy adjustment there, though. Some of these cars here, I guess, on this starting grid here, they seem to be kind of close together. They're kind of hugging each other here. And that would be the pacing distance, I suppose. Yes, most of these ones are right up in the front here. So even with those adjustments that we did make there, probably further adjustment you can make there to make them not quite so close together. They're actually still able to continue on, but they're kind of bro hugging here. Yeah, it's just these first few rows here. The rest of them seem to be fine as far as the spacing between them. And I guess that's one thing I did failed to catch there, I guess, as far as was the pace cars. Get that. Yeah, we have to adjust the D-light on the pace car too. Anyway, folks, I'm pretty well spent. You know, that's a lot of things that we did get accomplished here. We spent a little bit of time on that track info. Did a little bit of adjustment, I guess, as far as the I&I. Obviously, Racer James doing his appropriate adjustments that he sees necessary, I guess, as far as the... I'm looking forward, I guess, as far as to see further progress, I guess, on this track. As Racer James already mentioned, he's going to get me some info, I guess, as far as what he would like to see worked on. And hopefully we'll be able to show that next week. It's going to continue to monitor these guys. So as they're doing that, I'm going to see if I can find a potential raid target. And if I do, we'll switch it on over. We'll send you all guys off there. I think what I might end up doing is just going ahead and ending this deal. I know it's getting super duper late. I got an idea where I want to go. It's like he just started too. It's like he just started. He's doing some farm sim editing here. So yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Yeah. I think that's what I'll do. So yeah, definitely appreciate everybody that did stop by. I guess as far as for Spline Design Studios Saturday, y'all have been fantastic. We got the raid there from Evan the Bandito. I know he's probably pooped out, I guess, as far as from all the celebration 4 years, I guess, as far as Twitchiversary on his channel. Appreciate bringing everybody over and everybody sticking around. Hope you will join me in on this raid. We're gonna go see Brew Crew. Like you just said, look at how tight these guys are, though. That's crazy. I mean, they're actually able to make a lap around. So there's that. But you know, I think with that little bit of adjustment there, I think it works out pretty good. We'll be streaming next year on the channel for Taco Trucking Tuesday. Get back into the trucking here on Tuesday. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. You know what I didn't do is I did not bring up my oh my goodness, I'm just realizing that just now. I'm just realizing that just right now. I did not bring up my... So the bot's working fine, but... Alright. Cool. Alright, I think I got raid is acquired. And the racing boys. Cool. So they actually were able to well, not, yeah, a little bit of adjustment probably there to that TV1. Oh, look at them go. Look at them go. Get a little bit of AI action here. So we got Kyle Larson out there to a big lead. All right, folks. Hope you're enjoying it as far as a little bit of a reaction action here as I get the raid set up there. You all have a fantastic rest of your weekend, like I said. And we'll see you again on the channel real soon.